You ask why money avoids you. But have you ever looked at your own hands? You are holding on to your poverty as if it were a sacred treasure, terrified to let go of the guilt that keeps you starving. Money is pure, radiant energy, yet your mind has become a frozen graveyard of fear, taboos, and ancient conditioning. As long as you secretly despise wealth, the universe will respect your silent wish and keep you bankrupt. Wake up. Zen does not teach you to suffer. It demands that you shatter your limits and let the infinite ocean of abundance flow in. Hello, my beloved friends. Look at your lives. Look at the endless rat race you have caught yourself in. You are constantly running, constantly striving, constantly trying to reach somewhere in the future. You think that if you just get a little more money, a bigger house, a higher position, a better bank balance, then suddenly, miraculously, you will be happy, relaxed, and fulfilled. But has it ever happened? Look back at your past. You achieved many things that you once desperately desired. Yet the feeling of inner poverty remains exactly the same. The scarcity inside you has not changed even by a single inch. In fact, the richer you become outwardly, the poorer you feel inwardly. Why is money avoiding you? Why does abundance seem like a horizon that keeps receding the further you run toward it? There is a deep Zen secret to this, a secret that ordinary minds completely miss. Money is not just metal or paper. Money is energy, a current, a flow. And energy responds to your innermost state of being. When you chase money out of fear, out of a sense of lack, out of the deep terror that you are not enough, you are radiating the frequency of poverty. You are telling the whole existence, I am empty, I am lacking, I am a beggar. And existence simply reflects your own state back to you. The more desperately you chase, the faster money runs away from you, because the very act of chasing is rooted in the assumption that you do not have it. If these words are beginning to stir something dormant within your heart, I invite you to take a gentle breath and join our growing family of seekers. Leave a comment below sharing your thoughts. Hit the like button so that this reflection may reach other weary travelers on the path. And subscribe to this channel. If you feel called to support the continuation of these discourses and help us spread this light further, you are welcome to click the join button to become a member, offer a super thanks, or explore our curated ebooks available in the description below. These calls are not commercial bargains. They are simple invitations to participate in a shared communion of awareness. Now, let us enter into the very core of this disease. What is the fundamental disease of humankind according to Zen? It is desire. Desiring, becoming, hankering. Always hankering for something, money, power, prestige, or even God, enlightenment and nirvana. It makes no difference what the object of your desire is. Whether you desire a big mansion or you desire paradise, the mechanism of desiring is identical. You are never here, you are always somewhere else. You are never in this moment, you are always in the next moment. And life exists only in this moment, nowhere else. Life does not exist in the tomorrow. Tomorrow is a non-existential concept, a mind-manufactured fiction. This continuous state of becoming is what creates your inner poverty. You are a being, but you are trying to become somebody. You are already that which you are trying to become. You are born as a divine manifestation, a Buddha, an emperor of consciousness. But you walk the earth like a pathetic beggar, bowl in hand, asking every passing circumstance to give you a little bit of happiness, a little bit of validation, a little bit of wealth. If you go to a true Zen master and ask him, "Master, how do I become wealthy? How do I become enlightened? How do I become a Buddha?" He will hit you with his staff. He will beat you hard. And if you ask him why he hit you, he will say, "If I do not beat you, the whole universe will laugh at me." You are already a Buddha. You are already the master of the cosmos. And you are asking how to become one. You cannot become that which you are not already. One only becomes that which one intrinsically is. A rose bush blooms into roses, a lotus seed opens into a lotus. You cannot transform a rose into a lotus, nor can you turn a beggar into an emperor unless the emperor was already hidden within him. Your desire creates a deep drunkenness, an alcoholic state of unconsciousness. Because your eyes are fixed on the distant future, you cannot see what is right in front of you. You cannot see the treasure that you are carrying in your own heart this very second. Desire forms a thick layer of dust over the mirror of your consciousness. And through that dusty mirror, everything appears distorted. Ugly things look beautiful. Trivial things look immensely valuable. And pure junk looks like gold. You go on exchanging your priceless life energy for shiny pieces of metal and temporary status symbols, listen to this beautiful story from the Zen tradition. It will reveal to you the utter childishness of all your worldly ambitions, your wealth building, and your property battles. Some children were playing beside a river. They were making castles out of wet sand on the beach. Each child carefully built his own castle, and once it was finished, he stood guard over it and shouted fiercely, "This one is mine! This castle belongs to me!" They kept their castles strictly separate and would not allow any mistakes about which belonged to whom. They were completely obsessed with ownership. Suddenly, one child accidentally or deliberately kicked over someone else's sandcastle and completely destroyed it. The owner of that castle flew into a violent rage. He pulled the other child's hair, struck him with his fist, and screamed at the top of his voice, "He has destroyed my castle! Come along, all of you, and help me to punish him as he deserves." All the other children rushed to his aid. They grabbed sticks, beat the child who had kicked the castle, and stamped on him as he lay crying on the ground. They were defending the sacred law of private property. After the fight was over, they went back to playing with their sandcastles, each one proudly declaring, "This is mine. No one else may have it. Keep away. Don't touch my castle." They spent the entire day guarding these fragile heaps of dirt, trembling with fear that someone might damage their creation. But then evening came. The sun began to set behind the hills. It was getting dark, and they all realized that it was time to go home. Their mothers would be calling them for dinner, and suddenly a miracle happened. No one cared any longer what became of his castle. The ownership vanished in a single moment. One child stamped on his own castle, flattening it into the dirt. Another pushed his over with both hands, laughing joyfully. They did not shed a single tear for the very castles they had been ready to kill for just an hour before. They turned away, leaving the beach completely smooth, and went back to their homes, light-hearted and free. Look at this story. Is this not the exact story of human civilization? Is this not the story of your life, of your wars, of your stock markets, of your real estate empires? What are your big cities, your luxurious mansions, your bank accounts, your national borders? They are nothing but sand castles built on the shore of eternity. In the morning of your life, when you are young and ambitious, you build your sand castle. You put your fence around it, you hire guards, you construct laws, you go to courts, you fight with your neighbors, you hate your competitors, and you say, "This is mine, keep away." And their competitors You are ready to destroy others. You are ready to sacrifice your love, your health, your peace of mind just to defend a pile of sand. Look at your politicians, look at your billionaires. They are doing nothing different from those foolish children on the riverbank. They are beating each other with sticks, dropping bombs, ruining millions of lives, all for sand castles. And then evening comes. Death approaches. The light begins to fade, and you realize that you have to go home. You cannot carry your sandcastle with you. Have you ever seen anyone carrying his bank balance into his grave? Have you ever seen an emperor taking his palace with him when he dies? You came into this world empty-handed, and you will leave this world empty-handed. In between these two absolute truths, why do you pretend to be an owner? The moment you think, I own this, you have taken a false step into illusion. You do not own anything. Existence owns everything, and we are all merely guests here, enjoying the hospitality of the universe for a brief day. You can use the sand. You can enjoy making the castle. You can admire its beauty. Zen is not against enjoying the castle. Zen does not tell you to run away into the forest and deny the castle. Zen simply says, enjoy making it, but do not become attached to it. Do not claim, this is mine. Enjoy it as a play, as a game, as a temporary song in the breeze. Because when the evening falls, you must be capable of stepping on your own sandcastle with a laugh and walking home without a single look backward. If you can live in the world with this lightness, with this playfulness, money will no longer be a source of anxiety for you. When money comes, you use it and enjoy it. When money goes, you enjoy the freedom of having nothing to manage. You remain balanced, unperturbed, rooted in your own inner sky. Why does the desire for money become such an obsessive, bottomless illness? Let me share with you a grand Sufi parable that explains the true structure of the human mind and why external wealth can never satisfy an internal lack. There was once a great emperor, a man of immense power and vast riches. He possessed gold, jewels, palaces, armies, and lands that stretched beyond the horizon. One bright morning, as he was stepping out of his grand palace gates for his daily walk, he encountered a beggar standing by the roadside. The beggar was wearing tattered rags and holding a small, hollow wooden begging bowl. The emperor, feeling magnanimous and filled with the pride of his position, looked down at the beggar and said, "Tell me, beggar, what do you want? Ask for anything, and I shall fulfill your desire. I am the ruler of this land. There is nothing I cannot give you."
The beggar looked up into the emperor's eyes and began to laugh softly.
He said, "Your Majesty, you speak as if you are truly capable of fulfilling my desire. Be careful. Think twice before you make such a promise." The emperor felt deeply offended. His ego was challenged. He raised his voice and said, "How dare you doubt my capacity? I am an emperor. Whatever your desire is, name it, and it shall be granted immediately." The beggar held out his simple wooden bowl and said, "My desire is very modest, sir. Can you fill this small begging bowl with something? Anything will do. I do not ask specifically for gold or diamonds. Just fill this bowl so that it is full." The emperor laughed mockingly and turned to his chief minister. "What a foolish beggar!" he exclaimed. "He asks for a bowl to be filled. Minister, bring a pouch of gold coins and fill this man's bowl so we can be on our way." The minister brought a heavy bag of gold coins and poured them into the wooden bowl. But a miraculous and terrifying thing happened. The moment the gold coins touched the bottom of the bowl, they simply vanished. The bowl remained as empty as it was before. The minister brought another bag of gold, larger this time, and poured it in. The moment the coins hit the bowl, they dematerialized into thin air. The bowl remained completely empty. The emperor's pride was now at stake. He could not accept defeat in front of a beggar and his court attendants. He shouted, "Bring more gold! Empty the treasuries! Fill this cursed bowl!" Thousands of gold coins were poured into the bowl, but it remained empty. Then the emperor ordered his royal jewelers to bring precious stones, rubies, emeralds, diamonds, pearls. They poured basketfuls of priceless gems into the small wooden bowl, and as fast as they poured them in, the gems vanished without a trace. By evening, the news had spread throughout the capital city. Thousands of citizens gathered around the palace gates, watching in breathless silence. The entire royal treasury had been emptied into that tiny begging bowl, yet it sat there on the dirt road, yawning, completely empty. The emperor's vast wealth was gone. His empire was bankrupt, and his pride was completely shattered. Finally, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the emperor fell at the feet of the beggar. Tears streamed down his face as he bowed his head in total defeat. "Forgive me, holy man," the emperor pleaded. "I was arrogant and blind. You have won, and I am ruined. But before you leave, please grant me one favor. Tell me the secret of this magic bowl. What is it made of? Why Does everything thrown into it disappear? The beggar looked at the emperor with eyes full of deep, tender compassion. He smiled softly and said, "Look closely at me, my friend. Do you not recognize me? I was your master in a past life. I promised you then that I would return to awaken you when you lost your way again. This bowl has no magic in it at all. It is simply made out of the human heart, out of human desire. There is no secret," the beggar continued. "This is the very nature of human desire. It is a bottomless vessel. You can throw the entire world into it, all the money, all the power, all the palaces, all the fame, all the women, all the men, and everything will dematerialize into the void. It will disappear because desire is an attempt to fill an inner spiritual emptiness with external material objects. The inner void is non-material, so how can material things ever fill it? You are trying to fill a spiritual space with physical drawers. It will remain empty forever unless you realize that the emptiness itself is your true nature. Meditate on this story. This begging bowl is sitting inside every single one of you. Look at your own life. When you were young, you thought, if I can just get that degree, my bowl will be full. You got the degree and the bowl remained empty. Then you thought, if I can just get that job, that promotion, that salary, my bowl will be full. You got the job, you got the salary, and within a few weeks the excitement died down and the bowl was yawning empty again. Then you thought, if I can marry that beautiful person, if I can buy that car, if I can move into that house. You got the person, you got the car, you got the house, and still the bowl sits there, completely empty, demanding more. This is the bottomless vessel of the ego. The ego lives in a constant state of scarcity because it is a false entity. The ego is not real. It is a ghost, a shadow. And because it is a ghost, it feels permanently insecure, permanently lacking, permanently hungry. It tries to solidify itself by collecting material objects around itself. It thinks, if I have $10 million, I am somebody, I exist, but the $10 million cannot touch the ghost inside. The ghost remains a ghost, hungry and terrified of its own non-existence. This is why money is avoiding you, because you are trying to use money to feed a ghost. You are trying to use money to solve an internal problem that money was never designed to solve. Money is a magnificent tool for the physical world. It can buy you comfortable clothes, good food, a peaceful shelter, books, music, travel. It is utilitarian, Zen is not against money. Let me make this absolutely clear to you, because traditional religions have taught you that money is evil, that money is dirty, that money is the root of all sin. That is absolute rubbish. Traditional religions were scared of money because their saints were caught in a reverse form of greed. They were so afraid of money that they could not even look at it. If you give money to a so-called Hindu saint, he closes his eyes in horror and screams, "Take it away! Money is dirt!" But if money is just dirt, why be so afraid of it? You walk on dirt every day, you don't close your eyes when you see dirt on the road. Why close your eyes for money? That very fear proves that deep down, the saint is still obsessed with money. His greed is standing on its head. He has suppressed his desire for money, and now he is terrified that if he touches it, his suppressed desire will explode. Zen has a totally different, radically healthy approach. Zen says money is just a practical instrument. It is neither holy nor unholy. It is neutral energy. It is like water flowing in a river, like air blowing through the pines. You use it when it is there, and when it is not there, you do not suffer its absence because your inner wealth remains completely untouched. Wealth is not what you have in your bank account. Wealth is what you are in your consciousness. If you lose all your money tomorrow and you remain as peaceful, as joyful, as serene, and as celebratory as you are today, then you are a truly rich man. You are an emperor. But if you have billions of dollars and the loss of a single cent makes you tremble with anxiety, you are nothing but a miserable beggar living in a golden cage. True wealth begins the moment you stop chasing. It begins the moment you sit down silently, look into your own innermost core, and realize that nothing is missing. In this very moment, as you sit here listening to my voice, what is missing? Is anything lacking right now? Your breath is coming and going smoothly. The breeze is touching your skin. The birds are singing in the trees. Existence is sustaining you with boundless love and care. You are alive, conscious, breathing, aware. What more do you need? When this realization dawns on you that this moment is complete, that you are already whole, that you do not need to become anybody else, a miraculous shift occurs in your energy field. The fever of desire breaks. The constant, frantic running stops. For the first time in your life, you halt. And Buddha has defined meditation in a single word: halt. When the mind halts, when the constant movement toward the future ceases, the energy that was being wasted in desiring falls back into your center. It gathers at your core. You become a reservoir of vibrant, silent, luminous energy. You are no longer radiating the frequency of lack, you are radiating the frequency of fullness, of abundance, of total contentment. And when you radiate abundance, the whole universe responds to you in kind. When you are no longer a beggar, the whole existence wants to share its riches with you. Opportunities, wealth, love, beauty, peace, they start flowing toward you effortlessly, like rivers rushing toward the ocean. Not because you are chasing them, but because you have become a magnetic ocean of presence. You do not sell water by the river to a man who knows he is standing in the river itself. You are already standing in the river of absolute abundance. All that is required of you is to open your eyes. Drop the childish game of building sandcastles. Recognize the bottomless nature of your ego's begging bowl and step directly into the sacred reality of the present moment. Look at the flowers in the garden. They do not work, they do not scheme, they do not worry about tomorrow's security. They simply open themselves to the morning sun, drink the morning dew, and release their fragrance to the wind without asking for anything in return. And yet, even the greatest king in all his glory was never clothed in such beauty as one of these simple blossoms. Be like the flower. Drop the heavy burden of being a doer, a planner, an achiever, an accumulator. Allow yourself to be simple, loose, and natural. Allow the river of life to carry you where it will. You do not need to fight the current. You do not need to swim upstream. The river is already taking you home to the vast ocean of divine consciousness. Relax into this understanding. Let this truth sink deep into your bones, into your blood, into your very marrow. You are not a creature of lack. You are an expression of the ultimate abundance of existence. Live as that abundance, walk as that abundance, breathe as that abundance, and you will see that the whole world transforms around you. To truly understand how this inner transformation occurs and why money seems to flee from those who pursue it, we must look into Zen's radical and revolutionary view on money and energy. No other spiritual tradition in the world has ever dared to speak about money with such absolute clarity, freedom, and total lack of hypocrisy. All other religions have condemned money. They have called it dirty, evil, the root of all sin, the door to hell. They have taught their followers to renounce money, to turn away from it, to live in poverty and asceticism. But Zen takes a totally different, non judgmental stance. Zen does not condemn money, nor does it worship money. Zen simply sees money for what it actually is: a practical instrument, a medium of exchange, a neutral flow of energy. Look at the story of the great Zen master Shichiri Kojun. One evening, as Shichiri was sitting in his temple, quietly reciting the sacred sutras, a thief suddenly broke into his room carrying a long, sharp sword. The thief held the sword at Shichiri's neck and demanded in a harsh voice, "Give me your money or give me your life." Now, imagine what an ordinary religious saint would do in such a situation. A traditional Hindu or Christian saint would either start screaming in terror, or he would begin preaching a long moralistic sermon to the thief about the evils of stealing, the fire of hell waiting for him, and the worthlessness of worldly riches. But Shichiri Kojun was a Zen master. He did not lose his cool for even a single second. He did not even turn his head around with alarm. He simply looked at the thief with complete acceptance, as if a gentle evening breeze had just entered his room rather than an armed intruder. Shichiri said to the thief, "Do not disturb me. You can find the money in that drawer over there." And then he immediately resumed his recitation of the sutras, as if nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. The thief was stunned. He had robbed hundreds of people, but he had never met a man like this. He opened the drawer, gathered up most of the money, and was just about to rush out into the night when Shichiri suddenly stopped his recitation, called out to him, and said, "Don't take it all. Leave a little bit behind. I need some money to pay my taxes with tomorrow." The intruder was completely overwhelmed by the utter naturalness and utter lack of fear in the master's voice. He reached into his pocket, placed a few coins back in the drawer, and started to hurry toward the door again. Just as he reached the threshold, Shichiri added, "When you receive a gift from someone, it is polite to thank them." The thief, thoroughly bewildered and overawed, bowed his head, muttered, "Thank you, sir," and fled into the darkness. A few days later, the fellow was captured by the imperial police for several other robberies. Under interrogation, he confessed to his crimes, including the robbery at Master Shichiri's temple. The police brought the thief back to Shichiri to serve as a witness for his conviction. When the magistrate asked Shichiri to identify the thief and confirm the crime, Shichiri looked at the man calmly and said, "This man is no thief, at least as far as I am concerned. I gave him the money as a gift, and he thanked me for it. Accounts are closed between us. He owes me nothing. The magistrate had no choice but to drop the charges regarding Shichiri. The thief served his prison sentence for his other crimes, and the very day he was released from jail, he did not return to his old life of crime. He went straight to Shichiri's temple, fell at his feet, and became his devoted disciple. See the immense beauty and alchemy of this master. What did Shichiri do? He transformed a dangerous criminal into a sannyasin without uttering a single sentence of moral condemnation, without threatening him with hellfire, without preaching a single sermon on the uselessness of money. He operated on the thief's heart with such exquisite skill that the man was completely recreated, and he was not even aware of when the operation took place. Notice how Shichiri handled the money. He did not say, "Take all this filthy money, it is dirt." He said, "Leave a little, because I have to pay my taxes tomorrow." He acknowledged the practical utility of money. He recognized that money has a function in society. You need it to buy food, you need it to pay taxes, you need it to live in the physical world. He was neither obsessed with having money, nor was he obsessed with avoiding money. He was completely free from the neurosis of valuation. All other religions make a great fuss about money because deep down they are terrified of it. And why are they terrified of it? Because their fear of money is nothing but their suppressed greed standing on its head. When you repress your greed for money, you become afraid to touch a coin. You close your eyes when money is brought near you. Acharya Vinoba Bhave, a famous Indian leader, used to close his eyes whenever anyone brought money near him. He would say, "Money is dirt." But I used to wonder, if money is really dirt, why close your eyes? You walk on the street every day, you see dirt everywhere on the ground, but you never close your eyes when you look at dirt. Why treat money with such special terror? The very act of closing your eyes proves that inside your mind, money is not dirt, money is still gold. You are terrified that if you open your eyes, the old suppressed desire will wake up and overpower you. Zen is unconditionally value free. Let this sink deeply into your heart, because this is my standpoint too. Value-free consciousness is the foundation of true spiritual freedom. The moment you say this is good and that is bad, you have fallen into the trap of the mind. The moment you evaluate, you have stopped looking at reality as it is. You have labeled it, pigeonholed it, categorized it. When Jesus said to his disciples, "Judge ye not," that was pure, perfect Zen. Had he stopped right there, those 3 words would have revolutionized the entire Western world. Judge ye not means look at life without any valuation. Look at existence without saying, this is divine or this is evil. Look at things as they are. Some trees are tall, some trees are small. Some people are praying in temples, some people are robbing in streets. That is simply the way things are. If you are feeling a deep resonance with these insights, I invite you to take a gentle pause right now. Subscribe to this channel, tap the like button, and leave a comment sharing your thoughts or experiences with letting go of judgment. Your engagement helps these discourses reach other searching souls across the world. And if you feel called to support our work in sharing these eternal truths, consider clicking the join button to become a member of our family, offering a super thanks, or exploring the ebooks linked in the description below. When Jesus added the second clause to his statement, "Judge ye not," so that ye be not judged, he destroyed the radical quality of his own words. The moment he said, "so that ye be not judged," it became a bargain, a business transaction, an affair of greed and fear. Now you don't judge others simply because you are afraid that God will judge you and throw you into hell. It is no longer an effortless, value-free insight. It is a calculated defense mechanism rooted in self-centered fear. Zen stops at "judge ye not," because Zen says that existence is unconditionally value-free. There is no God sitting on a throne at the end of time to judge you, and there is no devil waiting in a dark abyss to torture you. Heaven and hell are not geographical locations beyond the clouds. They are psychological attitudes that you create inside yourself right now. When you live in fear, greed, and judgment, you are in hell. When you live in awareness, acceptance, and non-judgment, you are in heaven. Look at the word currency. Why do we call money currency? The word comes from current, from flow. Money is like water. As long as it flows, it remains fresh, clean, life-giving, and nourishing. But the moment you try to hoard it, the moment you freeze it out of fear, the moment you build a dam of possessiveness around it, it ceases to be a currency. It becomes a stagnant, foul-smelling pool of energy. When you hoard money out of a scarcity mindset, you freeze the natural stream of abundance. You hold on to it so tightly that your hand becomes a closed fist. And what can a closed fist contain? Nothing. A closed fist cannot hold a single breath of fresh air. A closed fist cannot receive a single drop of rain. But when you open your palm, the entire sky belongs to you. This is the Zen secret of abundance. Use money as an instrument. Let it flow. Let it circulate. Let it enrich existence. Do not cling to it as an owner, because ownership is a complete delusion. The capitalist mind believes that money belongs to someone, that there is a legitimate owner who has the right to hold it and keep others away from it. But Zen says nobody owns anything in this world. How can you own anything when you cannot even own your own body? You came into this world completely empty handed, without a single cent, and you will depart from this world completely empty handed, leaving every single item behind. While you are here on this earth, you are a trustee, a temporary user of energy. Shichiri Kojun understood this perfectly. When the thief demanded his money, Shichiri did not say, "You are stealing my property." He said, "Take what you need from the drawer, but leave a little for my taxes tomorrow." He treated the money as shared existence energy. He recognized that both he and the thief were temporary users of that money. And when he told the thief in court, "I gave him the money and he thanked me for it," he was speaking the absolute empirical truth. He refused to label the man as a thief, because labeling a human being kills the living mystery of that person. The moment you label a person, you stop looking at him. You put him in a box, you paste a label on the box. He is a thief, he is a saint, he is good, he is bad. And then you deal with your own label rather than the living reality of the human being standing before you. But a living person is a river, a flux, a dynamic movement. In the morning, a man may be angry. By afternoon, he may be compassionate. By evening, he may be praying. If you label him based on his morning behavior, you will miss the living reality of his evening presence. Consider another extraordinary story from the Zen tradition. One midnight, as Master Taigen was sitting at his desk writing a letter, a robber quietly slipped into his room, brandishing a massive naked sword. The sword glinted menacingly in the dim candlelight. Master Taigen did not even flinch. He looked up from his letter, looked straight at the intruder, and said calmly, "Which do you want, my money or my life?" The thief was taken completely unawares. He had broken into hundreds of homes, but he had never encountered a dragon like this. Usually, people would scream, faint, beg for mercy, or throw their valuables at him while weeping with fear. But this old man sat there as solid as a mountain, offering him a choice, as if he were asking him whether he preferred tea or water. The thief stuttered, getting a little frightened. I came for money." Master Taigen casually reached into his robe, took out his purse, handed it to the robber, and said, "Here it is." And without losing a beat, he returned to writing his letter as if nothing had interrupted him. The robber took the purse, but he felt terribly ill at ease. The master's total fearlessness, his total lack of defensive armor, made the thief feel small, awkward, and profoundly shaken. He turned around and began to walk out of the room, feeling completely overawed and unsettled. Just as the thief reached the doorway, Master Tigan called out loudly behind him, "Hey, wait a minute!" The robber froze in his tracks. A cold shiver ran down his spine. He thought, now the trick comes. Now he's going to attack me, or call his disciples, or cast a spell. He stood there in the doorway, shuddering with terror, holding his sharp sword in a trembling hand. He slowly turned around and whispered, What do you want?" Master Tigan looked at him sternly and said, "Why don't you shut the door behind you? There is a cold draught coming in." The thief quickly pulled the door shut and ran into the night as fast as his legs could carry him. Days later, when he was captured by the police for another crime, he told the jailer, "I have been a robber for 20 years, and I have faced armed guards and angry mobs without fear. But I have never been so utterly terrified in my life as when that Buddhist master called out, 'Hey, wait a minute, that man is extremely dangerous.' I held a naked steel sword in my hand, but he was the naked sword. Look at the quality of Master Tigan. What gave him such supreme, unbeatable power? His absolute freedom from the fear of loss. He was not attached to his money, nor was he attached even to his physical life. He knew that whatever can be taken away by a thief or by death is not worth worrying about, because it does not belong to your true nature anyway. And whatever is truly yours, your consciousness, your inner light, your divine being, cannot be snatched away, even if the thief cuts off your head. When you lose the fear of loss, you become invulnerable. You become an emperor. Money cannot manipulate you. Circumstances cannot intimidate you. Death cannot frighten you. You stand rooted in your timeless, eternal hostness. There is another incredible story of a Zen master who was sent to prison several times. Now, it is one thing to forgive a thief. It is one thing not to hold a grudge against a robber. But it is a totally different thing to deliberately go to jail yourself. This master kept committing small, harmless thefts in his neighborhood, stealing a cabbage from one house, a cup from another. The neighbors knew he was a master, and they were completely puzzled. Why does this holy man keep stealing small, useless things? Every time he stole, he made sure he was caught red-handed. In court, he would immediately confess, "Yes, I stole it." The judges were embarrassed to sentence an old religious master, but because he confessed, the law required them to send him to prison. He would serve 3 months, come out, and within a week he would steal another cabbage and be sent right back to jail. Finally, his neighbors gathered together, bowed before him, and pleaded, "Master, please stop stealing. You are getting old, and it breaks our hearts to see you in prison. If you need anything, food, clothes, money, we are ready to provide everything for you. Just tell us what you need, but please stop going to jail." The old master laughed a hearty belly laugh and said, "You fools, I don't need your cabbages or your money. I steal because I want to get inside the prison walls to bring the inner message of awakening to the prisoners. Outside in society, you have many masters, many temples, many books. But inside the jail, who will help those poor, abandoned souls? Who will teach them meditation? Who will give them love and light? That is why I steal, so that the authorities throw me into prison with them. And whenever my sentence ends and they kick me out, I have to steal something again to get back inside." When a governor of an Indian state once granted me permission to visit prisons, I spent years visiting jails across the country. And I was amazed to find that the people sitting inside prisons are often far more innocent, far less cunning, and far more receptive than the respectable politicians in parliament, the wealthy businessmen in the cities, or the so-called holy saints in the Orthodox temples. The criminals in prison have made mistakes, yes, but they don't carry the thick, hypocritical mask of respectability. They know they have failed, they know they are in misery, and because they feel guilty, they are ready to listen, ready to learn, ready to be transformed. Zen brings this profound insight into the world. Understanding and awareness are the only true virtues. Through awareness comes innocence. And true innocence knows no distinction between the saint and the sinner, between the rich and the poor, between this world and that world. Innocence simply accepts everything in its total suchness, tathata. Look at how Master Ryokan lived. Ryokan was one of the most beloved Zen masters in Japan, and he was so completely innocent that people thought he was a bit mad. He loved playing with the local village children. He would play hide and seek, tag, and handball with them for hours, completely forgetting that he was a famous master. One evening, while playing hide and seek with the children, it was Ryokan's turn to hide. He found a tall stack of rice straw in a farmer's field, crawled deep underneath it, and hid himself perfectly. Meanwhile, the sun set, the sky grew dark, and the children, unable to find Ryokan, simply gave up and went home for dinner. Early the next morning, the farmer came to the field to remove the straw stack for his daily work. As he lifted the straw, he was shocked to find Master Ryokan lying there underneath, fast asleep. The farmer gasped, "Oh, Ryokan Sama, what are you doing here in the cold straw all night?" Ryokan put his finger to his lips and whispered urgently, "Hush, speak quietly, or the children will find me." He had been lying under that straw stack the entire night, patiently waiting for the children to find him. Such utter, pristine innocence is Zen. Such innocence is divine. It knows no cunning, no calculation, no ambition, no desire to prove itself superior to anyone. It exists in a state of absolute suchness, flowing effortlessly with whatever the present moment brings. When you bring this childlike innocence to your relationship with money, the entire burden of financial anxiety simply evaporates. Money is no longer a monster that threatens your security, nor is it an idol that you worship for status. It becomes like the toys of a child, delightful to play with when available, and completely forgotten when the play is over. You do not need to withdraw from the world to find peace of mind. Withdrawal is an escapist, cowardly approach. Many people think that if they run away to the Himalayas, live in a dark cave, and cut off all contact with humanity, they will become peaceful. That is a false peace, the peace of a graveyard. You have not transformed your mind, you have merely changed your external environment. If someone comes into your Himalayan cave after 30 years of solitude and insults you, your suppressed anger will instantly erupt like a volcano. 30 years of isolation will not have helped you at all, because the seed of anger was simply waiting for the right season to bloom. The real test of your peace, your meditation, and your freedom from greed is right here in the bustling marketplace. Live in the world, engage with money, build businesses, create art, raise families, but do not be of the world. Be like the lotus leaf floating on the water. The leaf rests on the water continuously, yet not a single drop of water can wet its surface. When money comes to you, welcome it with joy, use it with creativity, share it with love. When money leaves you, let it go with a smile, knowing that your true wealth, your inner flame of awareness remains forever intact, untouched by the fluctuations of time and circumstance. This is the art of living without an ego. This is the art of being a host to existence. When you drop all your artificial rules, all your moralistic judgments, and all your frantic efforts to control the uncontrollable flow of life, you become a hollow bamboo. And through that hollow bamboo, the divine existence plays its eternal celestial song. Look at your life not as a battleground where you must fight for survival, but as a grand carnival, an incredible festival of energy. Stop fighting the current of the river. Float, surrender, relax, and trust the total intelligence of the universe. Look at how you try to control everything. Look at how you live in a constant, subtle state of war with existence. You think that if you do not control your life, if you do not control your money, if you do not control your spouse, your children, your emotions, your future, everything will fall apart into utter chaos. This desire for control is one of the most stubborn diseases of the human ego. You are terrified of letting go. You hold on to the reins so tightly that your knuckles turn white and your entire body stays frozen in a perpetual state of tension, anxiety, and exhaustion. And yet, despite all your frantic efforts to control, does life ever obey your commands? Does money stay when you try to force it? Does happiness arrive because you planned it logically? No, life constantly escapes your grasp. The more you try to control the stream of existence, the more exhausted you become, and the more defeated you feel. You are a tiny wave on the surface of a vast ocean, trying to dictate terms to the entire ocean. Is it any wonder that you live in endless anguish? To understand why this illusion of control is holding you back and keeping abundance away from you, we must look at how this mind of control was born in the first place. It has a very deep psychological root, and unless you understand the root, you cannot cut it. A human child is born into this world completely helpless. Animals, birds, and trees do not have this problem. A calf is born, and within a few minutes it stands up on its own legs and starts searching for its mother's milk. Within a few days or weeks, animals can survive on their own. But a human child is the most vulnerable, fragile, and helpless creature on the planet. He cannot survive for a single day without the constant care, love, and support of others. For years, he depends entirely on his mother, his father, and his family. Now, see the strange paradox of the human mind. Because the child is helpless, whenever he cries, his mother rushes to feed him. Whenever he is cold, someone wraps a blanket around him. Whenever he is wet, someone changes his clothes. In his complete ignorance, The child misinterprets this situation entirely. He cannot comprehend that he is helpless and dependent. Instead, he begins to believe that he is the dictator of the entire universe. He thinks, "Look, whenever I make a sound, the whole house runs to serve me. The mother exists for me, the father exists for me, the world revolves around me." The child creates a powerful ego out of his very helplessness. He feels himself to be the absolute center of existence. And those first 3 or 4 years of childhood set the foundational blueprint for his entire life. By the age of 7, his psychological pattern is fixed. He steps out into the wider world carrying this childish assumption that he is the center of the universe and that everyone and everything must accommodate themselves to him. Then the trouble begins. He goes to school and he finds that other children do not treat him like an emperor. In fact, they are operating under the exact same delusion about themselves. Every child thinks he is the emperor, and so a constant battle of egos breaks out. He enters society, he enters business, he enters politics, and everywhere he encounters millions of other egos, all trying to control, manipulate, and dominate. This is the root of all your problems. You are trying to make the universe accommodate itself to you, rather than accommodating yourself to the universe. You want the river of life to flow according to your desires, according to your plans, according to your financial targets. And because the river has its own oceanic intelligence and does not listen to your small neurotic ego, you feel hurt, cheated, and miserable. Look at how this mechanism plays out in your relationship with money and abundance. You think, "I must control my financial future. I must force money to come to me. I must manipulate markets, outsmart competitors, and hoard every penny." But money is a fluid energy. Money is like water. The moment you try to grip water tightly in your fist, what happens? It slips through your fingers. The tighter you squeeze your fist, the faster the water escapes. But if you keep your hand completely open, flat, and relaxed, you can hold a whole pool of water in your palm. This is the secret of non-resistance, the secret of flowing. When you drop the desire to control, when you cease fighting against the current of life, obstacles simply dissolve. Listen to this marvelous parable from the Taoist and Zen traditions. It is a story about Confucius, the great Chinese philosopher who represents the very pinnacle of the legal, calculating, rule-bound mind. Once, Confucius was walking near the famous cataract at Luliang. This waterfall was a sight of terrifying power and magnificence. It plummeted down from a dizzying height of 200 feet, crashing onto the jagged rocks below with such fury that its white foam expanded for 15 miles around. The current was so violent, the whirlpool so ferocious, and the water thrashing so immense that no fish, no turtle, no scaly or finny creature of any kind could survive in those churning depths. It was considered absolute death for any living thing to enter that river. As Confucius stood by the river bank, marveling at the terrifying force of the cataract, he suddenly saw an old man step up to the edge of the cliff and plunge directly into the roaring whirlpools below. Confucius was horrified. He thought to himself, "This poor old man must be suffering from some unbearable grief or agony. He is clearly trying to commit suicide." Wanting to save the man's life, Confucius immediately ordered his disciples to run along the river bank as fast as they could, carrying ropes and poles to pull the drowning man out of the river. They ran along the bank, scanning the churning foam with panicked eyes, expecting to see a broken, lifeless body floating down the river. But to their absolute astonishment, about 100 paces downstream, the old man calmly emerged from the water completely unscathed. He stepped onto the dry land, shook his long, flowing hair free of water, and went walking, caroling and singing merrily along the bank, as happy and relaxed as if he had just taken a gentle stroll through a sunlit garden. Confucius was completely dumbfounded. He could not believe his eyes. He ran after the old man, caught up with him, bowed respectfully, and said, "Sir, when I first saw you jump into that terrifying cataract, I thought you were a spirit or a ghost. But now I see that you are an ordinary human being made of flesh and bone. Kindly tell me, what is your secret? Is there a special technique, a hidden method, a specific way to deal thus with such violent water and survive?" The old man laughed a deep, joyful laugh and replied, "No, sir, I have no way. I have no special technique at all. I simply plunge in with the whirl and I come out with the swirl. I accommodate myself to the water. I do not expect the water to accommodate itself to me. Because I offer no resistance to the river takes care of me, and so I am able to deal with it after this fashion." What an extraordinary answer! What a profound, universe-shaking insight! I plunge in with the whirl and I come out with the swirl. I accommodate myself to the water, not the water to me. If you can understand this single statement, your entire life will be transformed right now. All your anxiety, all your financial panic, all your psychological stress will vanish into thin air. Why did Confucius think the old man was a spirit? Because Confucius believed in effort, in will, in rules, in fighting, in conquering nature. Confucius represents the mind that says, I must learn how to swim against the current. I must master the technique of conquering the river. To a man who believes only in struggle and control, someone who survives a violent cataract without any effort looks like a miracle, a magic trick, or a spirit. If you are feeling a deep connection to this timeless wisdom, take a quiet moment right now to support our journey together. Hit the like button below, leave a comment sharing how you can practice non-resistance in your life today, and subscribe to the channel if you wish to help us continue producing these deep spiritual discourses and reach millions of searching hearts. Consider clicking the YouTube join button to become a channel member, sending a super thanks, or exploring our collection of transformative ebooks linked in the description below. Every gesture of support helps keep this sanctuary of truth alive. Now, look at what the old man actually did in the cataract. He did not swim against the water, nor did he try to force his way through the whirlpools. He simply became one with the movement of the water. When the water went down into a deep whirl, he allowed himself to go down with the whirl. He did not fight it, he did not panic, he did not tense his muscles. When the water swirled back up to the surface, he naturally came up with the swirl. He had no private will separate from the river's will. If you have ever been swimming in a flooded river or encountered a whirlpool, you will understand the deep physical and spiritual science behind this parable. When a person gets caught in a powerful whirlpool, the natural reaction of the ego is to panic and fight. The ego sees the deep abyss of the whirlpool and thinks, I am going to die. I must swim upward with all my strength. So the person starts kicking violently, thrashing his arms, and trying to pull himself up against the downward vortex of the water. But the whirlpool is immensely powerful. It is powered by the gravitation of the earth and the force of the entire river. A human being cannot win a physical fight against a river. In fighting the downward pull, the swimmer rapidly exhausts all his oxygen, dissipates his energy, gets fatigued, and within 2 minutes he suffocates and drowns. Do you know what a master swimmer does when he is sucked into a deep whirlpool? He does exactly what the old man at Luliang did. He stops swimming entirely. He takes a deep breath, relaxes every muscle in his body, drops all resistance, and allows the whirlpool to pull him straight down to the very bottom. Why? Because the structure of a whirlpool is very specific. On the surface, a whirlpool is wide and tremendously powerful, but as it goes deeper toward the riverbed, it becomes narrower and narrower. Near the very bottom of the river, the vortex loses its force and becomes extremely small. In fact, at the bottom, the water itself naturally throws you outward to the side. So if you don't fight, if you simply allow the whirlpool to carry you down to the bottom, you preserve 100% of your energy. You ride the whirlpool like an amusement park ride. When you reach the bottom, the water gently pushes you out to the side, and with a simple, effortless kick of your feet, you float right back up to the surface 50 yards away, completely unharmed and full of breath. You are saved not by your fight, but by your surrender. This is the exact same law that governs your inner life and your financial world. When a financial crisis hits, when a life struggle arrives, when a sudden loss occurs, what do? You panic. When a sudden loss occurs, you start thrashing around in terror, fighting the situation, screaming against destiny, demanding to know why this happened to you. You tense your mind, you burn out your nervous system with anxiety, and you exhaust your creative energy. You drown in your own resistance. If you could only remember the old man of Luliang, when a storm arrives in your life, relax. Stop fighting the situation. Accept the reality of the present moment as it is. Plunge in with the whirl. Go down to the very bottom of the experience with complete awareness and total acceptance. Because when you reach the bottom without resistance, the energy of life itself will throw you back up into a new swirl of opportunity, fresh vision, and unshakable inner peace. Jesus expressed this exact same truth in those famous, mysterious words, "Resist not evil." For 2000 years, Christian theologians have struggled to explain what Jesus meant by resist not evil. It seems completely illogical to the moralistic, rule-bound mind. If something is evil, should you not fight it with all your might? Should you not wage a war against it? Jesus says, no, do not resist, because the moment you resist something, you get caught in a fight with it. And whenever you fight an energy, you give your own vital power away to the very thing you are fighting against. Have you not noticed this in your daily life? Whatever you resist persists. Whatever you fight against haunts you. If you fight against anger, you become more angry. If you fight against sexual desires, you become obsessed with sex. If you fight against poverty with fear and desperation, you remain trapped in the vibration of poverty. In Japan, they developed the revolutionary martial arts of judo and jiu-jitsu, based entirely on this principle of non-resistance. The word judo literally means the gentle way or the way of yielding. In ordinary wrestling or fighting, two opponents pit their physical strength directly against one another. The stronger, heavier man wins by brute force. But a master of judo does not use his own physical force at all. He uses his opponent's force against him. If a massive, aggressive attacker rushes at a judo master with full speed to push him over, the judo master does not stand his ground, stiffen his body, and try to push back. If he tries to push back, the larger man's momentum will crush him. Instead, the judo master steps aside, grabs the attacker's arm, and gently pulls him in the exact same direction he was already rushing. He adds his own small guidance to the attacker's massive momentum. The attacker, finding zero resistance where he expected a wall, flies right over the master's shoulder, crashes onto the mat, and knocks himself out with his own aggressive energy. The judo master wins without making the slightest violent effort. He wins by yielding. He wins by accommodating himself to the incoming energy. This is the art of living a non-resistant life. When life presents you with a difficult situation, do not create a rigid wall of resistance inside your mind. Absorb the situation. Step aside from your ego's pride. Accommodate yourself to the reality of what is, and let the momentum of existence carry you through. Confucius could not comprehend this because he lived entirely in the world of rules, moral disciplines, and ego control. Confucius believed that a man must constantly polish his ego, cultivate his behavior, and manage his relationships through strict codes of conduct. He had 3,300 rules of etiquette for how a civilized man should sit, stand, walk, speak, and eat. Zen and Taoist masters have always laughed at Confucius. To them, Confucius is the ultimate symbol of the cultured, polished, hypocritical ego. A man who follows 3,000 rules is not a free man. He is a robot wrapped in golden chains. His politeness is not born out of love. It is born out of diplomacy, calculation, and fear of social conflict. He is constantly managing himself, continuously acting, continuously pretending, and a man who is constantly managing himself can never experience true abundance. because abundance requires total spontaneity. Abundance requires an open heart, an unarmored soul, a willingness to float naturally wherever the river of life takes you. Look at a tree standing in a meadow during a violent winter storm. The big old oak tree stands rigid, proud, and stiff. It says, "I am strong. I have thick branches and deep roots. I will fight this wind. I will not bend." So it stands there, resisting the gale with all its strength. But the wind grows stronger and stronger, smashing against the unbending oak, until finally, with a deafening crack, the great tree is snapped in half and uprooted, ruined forever. But look at the humble grass growing around the base of the oak tree. When the fierce winter wind blows, the blades of grass do not fight. They do not say, "We must stand our ground." They simply bow down completely flat against the earth, letting the storm sweep harmlessly over their heads. They accommodate themselves to the wind, and when the storm passes and the sun shines again, the blades of grass stand right back up, fresh, green, vibrant, and singing in the sunshine. The proud, rigid oak tree is destroyed, but the humble, yielding grass grows by itself. Be like the grass. Drop your rigid demands about how life should be. Stop demanding that people treat you in a specific way. Stop demanding that your financial trajectory follow a straight, rigid line. Stop demanding that existence obey your small ego's blueprint. When you demand, you create tension. When you accept, you enter into grace. Tathata, total suchness, total acceptance, is the ultimate key to living a life of effortless abundance. It means looking at every situation in your life and saying, "This is how it is right now. It is as it should be." If you are facing a financial challenge today, do not sit there weeping, complaining, and generating toxic waves of self-pity and panic. Self-pity and panic will only drain the remaining intelligence you have. Instead, look at the situation directly with clear, unclouded eyes. Say to yourself, "Okay, this is the current reality. The water is swirling in this direction right now. Accept it totally." The moment you accept the reality of what is, your mind stops fighting the present moment. And when your mind stops fighting the present moment, all the energy that was being wasted in internal conflict suddenly becomes available to you. You become sharp, calm, clear, and immensely intelligent. Out of that serene clarity, you will see doors and opportunities that you were completely blind to while you were panicking and trying to control the uncontrollable. You do not need to fight life to succeed. You simply need to awaken to the fact that life is already supporting you. Existence brought you forth into this world. Existence is providing the air you breathe right now. Existence is beating your heart this very second without your conscious effort. You do not tell your heart to beat. You do not tell your lungs to inhale. You do not tell your stomach how to digest food. The vast, infinite intelligence of the universe is managing all of that for you effortlessly. If the universe can manage the vast cosmos, if it can move billions of stars through space, if it can grow magnificent forests and keep your own complex physical body alive without your help, why do you think you have to manage your small financial life all by yourself through anxious control? Drop the controller. Step out of the driver's seat and let the universal intelligence take over. This does not mean that you become lazy or passive in an unhealthy way. It means your actions become effortless. You work, you act, you create, but you act as an instrument of the whole, not as an isolated ego fighting against the world. When you work as a vehicle for the total existence, your work has a totally different quality. It has grace, it has beauty, it has power, it has magic. People will be drawn to you because you radiate an unshakable, peaceful presence. Wealth will find its way to you because you have become an open channel through which the abundance of the cosmos can flow freely without meeting the bottleneck of an anxious, self-centered ego. Live like the old man at the cataract of Luliang. Plunge in with the whirl, come out with the swirl. Accommodate yourself to the sacred water of life and discover the effortless joy of floating in total harmony with the universe. When you live in non-resistance, a totally new dimension of human capacity opens up to you, the dimension of effortless flow, what the ancient Taoists called Wu-Wei, or action through non-action. To the modern mind, trained in the ethos of ambition, struggle, competition, and hard work, the very idea of effortless flow sounds like a contradiction or a fantasy. You have been taught from your nursery school days that if you want to achieve anything in this world, whether it is wealth, power, prestige, or even spiritual enlightenment, you must struggle hard. You must fight, you must push, you must sweat, you must sacrifice your joy today for some imaginary goal tomorrow. And what has this philosophy of forcing and striving brought to humanity? Look around you. Look at the people walking the streets of your big cities. They are tense, anxious, exhausted, ulcer ridden, heartbroken, and utterly bored with their lives. They are working 40, 50, 60 hours a week, chasing money, chasing promotions, forcing their bodies and minds beyond their natural limits, yet their eyes are completely dead. There is no dance in their steps, no song in their hearts, no light in their souls. They have turned their lives into a joyless, mechanical grind. And even when they manage to accumulate a large sum of money through all this violent forcing, they cannot enjoy it. How can an exhausted, stressed, neurotic mind enjoy anything? By the time they get the money they fought for, they have lost the capacity for joy. They have forgotten how to laugh. They have forgotten how to love. They have forgotten how to appreciate a beautiful sunset or a blooming flower. They sit upon their mountain of money like a tired guard standing over a graveyard. Zen brings a radical revolution to this whole sickness. Zen says that true abundance, true creativity, and true fulfillment never come through forcing. They come through effortless flow. They happen when the doer, the ambitious, calculating ego, steps out of the way and allows the intelligence of the total universe to function through you. Let us look deeply at a famous, beautiful anecdote involving the great Zen master Bokuju. It contains the very essence of this effortless flow. A seeker came to Master Bokuju one day, looking very weary, burdened, and frustrated with his life. The man asked, "Master, we have to dress and eat every day. We have to go through these same trivial, repetitive routines again and again. How do we get out of all that?" Look at the questioner's mind. It is the exact same mind that you carry inside yourself. He was bored. He was fed up with his daily routine. Every morning he had to get up, put on his clothes, eat his breakfast, go to work, do his chores, and every night he had to go to sleep just to wake up and repeat the exact same routine tomorrow. He felt like a robot caught in an endless, meaningless rut. And because he thought he was a spiritual seeker, he imagined that religion meant escaping from these ordinary, trivial matters. He thought a master would give him some secret esoteric mantra, some magical visualization, or some otherworldly discipline, so he could transcend the ordinary world of eating and dressing and enter into some mystical, heavenly realm. Master Bokuju looked at the man with absolute simplicity and answered, "We dress, we eat." The questioner was completely baffled. He blinked his eyes, rubbed his forehead, and said, "I don't understand what you are saying." Bokuju smiled gently and replied, "If you don't understand, put on your clothes and eat your food." What an astonishing, profound, and flower like answer! It is so simple that 99% of people will miss its point entirely. What is Bokuju saying? The seeker asked. How do we get out of all this routine of eating and dressing? And Bokuju says, we also eat and we also dress. Where is the difference then? The difference is not in what is being done. The difference is in WHO is doing it, or rather, whether there is a doer inside at all. When an ordinary, unconscious man eats, he is not really eating. He is sitting at the dinner table, putting food into his mouth mechanically, while his mind is wandering 10 years into the past or 10 years into the future. He is thinking about his business, worrying about his bank account, arguing with his boss in his imagination, or planning his next financial move. The eater is there heavy, anxious, distracted, absent from the present moment. He eats through his mind, not through his total body. Therefore, his food gives him no real nourishment or delight, and the act of eating becomes a tedious repetition, a boring chore that he wants to escape. When a Zen master like Bokuju eats, he simply eats. There is no mind wandering in the future, no ego sitting at the table planning business strategies, no past memories hovering over the plate. There is only the living process of eating. He tastes the food with total awareness. He feels the texture of the bread. He enjoys the juice of the vegetable. He receives the meal as a direct gift from God with deep, silent gratitude. In that moment of total presence, there is no eater sitting inside the head manipulating the experience. There is only the process of eating. And because there is no ego carrying the psychological memory of yesterday's dinner, today's dinner is completely new, fresh, original, and sacred. Bokuju is telling the seeker, you do not need to escape from eating and dressing. Where can you escape to? As long as you have a physical body, hunger will arise, cold will arise, and you will need food and clothing. If you escape to a cave in the Himalayas, you will still have to find food and put on clothes. Escaping the outer circumstances changes nothing. The problem is not the eating and dressing. The problem is the neurotic you that stands behind the action, creating a conflict, carrying psychological time, comparing this moment with past moments, and hankering for something extraordinary. Drop the doer, drop the mental chattering, do whatever needs to be done in the present moment with your total, undivided presence. When you put on your clothes, let there be only the putting on of clothes. When you eat your food, let there be only the eating of food. When you walk, let there be only walking, no walker inside. When you work, let there be only the work, no ambitious worker demanding a reward in the future. When the doer disappears, every ordinary act transforms into a sacred ritual. Carrying wood becomes a miracle. Drawing water from the well becomes a divine mystery. Running a business becomes a meditation, and earning your livelihood becomes an effortless flow of cosmic energy. If you are feeling a deep inner stillness as you listen to these words, take a moment to nourish this shared space of awareness. Tap the like button, write a short reflection in the comments about how you can bring total presence into your ordinary daily tasks, and subscribe to our channel. If you wish to support the ongoing creation of these discourses and help us reach searching hearts across the globe, you are warmly invited to click the official YouTube join button to become a channel member, offer a super thanks, or explore our collection of spiritual ebooks linked in the description below. These contributions help sustain this sanctuary of freedom and light. To understand how this effortless flow creates abundance in your life, you must understand one of the greatest sayings in the entire history of Zen. The Master Zenarin once said, "Sitting quietly, doing nothing, spring comes and the grass grows by itself." Meditate on these words. Sitting quietly, doing nothing, spring comes and the grass grows by itself. Look at the grass in the meadow during the springtime. Does the grass make a great effort to grow? Does the grass hire coaches, read self-help books, or set quarterly goals for how tall it should be by next month? Does the grass wake up early in the morning, stress itself out, and yell at itself, "I must grow faster. I must compete with the grass in the next field. I must prove that I am a successful blade of grass"? If the grass acted the way human beings act, it would go mad. It would get ulcers, suffer nervous breakdowns, and wither away in anxiety before the spring even arrived. The grass simply sits there in the soil, relaxed, open, receptive. It does not try to pull itself up by its own blades. It trusts the earth, it trusts the rain, it trusts the sun. It remains still and quiet in its own nature. And when the season turns and the spring arrives, the sap naturally rises from the deep roots. The sprouts break through the earth and the grass grows by itself. The growth is not a doing, the growth is a happening. This is the central secret of Zen and the ultimate key to living a life of boundless abundance. Real wealth, real creativity, real genius, and real happiness are happenings, not dooms. You cannot force them to happen through your small, aggressive ego will. All that your ego will can produce is tension, friction, fatigue, and artificiality. Think about the most precious experiences of your life. Did they happen through your ego's forcing? When you fell in love for the first time, did you force it to happen? Did you sit down with a notebook and say, at 3 o'clock this afternoon, I will force my heart to feel love for this person? No, love happened to you unexpectedly, like a sudden spring breeze entering an open window. It possessed you, swept you off your feet, and filled your whole being with light. You were not the doer of love. You were simply the field in which love flowered. When you sleep at night, can you force sleep to come? If you lie in bed demanding, I must sleep right now, I will use all my willpower to sleep, you will stay awake the entire night. The very effort to sleep creates tension, and tension is the enemy of sleep. Sleep comes only when you drop all effort, relax your body, quiet your mind, and completely let go. Sleep is a happening, not a doing. When a painter paints a true masterpiece, or a poet writes an immortal poem, ask them how it happened. A real artist will tell you, I did not paint it, I did not write it. In fact, when the masterpiece was being born, I was completely absent. Something higher than me, something vast and unknown, took possession of my hands, my brush, my pen. I became merely a hollow reed, a flute, and the divine musician played his song through me. If an artist tries to force a painting through his intellect and willpower, he produces ugly, mechanical, lifeless art. It may be technically correct according to the rules of grammar or geometry, but it will have no soul. It will not touch anyone's heart because it was born out of the ego's friction, not out of the sacred spring of existence. The exact same law applies to wealth, prosperity, and success in the world. When you attempt to create wealth through sheer ego-driven forcing, through ruthless competition, through frantic anxiety and fear, you are trying to pull the grass up with your own hands to make it grow faster. You might pull up a few inches of grass, but you will pull it right out of its roots, and it will die in your hands. That is why so many ambitious people suffer from a deep, crippling sense of inner poverty, even when they achieve financial success. They have uprooted themselves from the soil of existence. They have severed their connection to the source of life. When you learn the art of non-doing of Wu Wei, you do not stop working, but the quality of your work changes completely. You no longer work out of fear, greed, or a desperate need to prove your worth to the world. You work out of joy. You work out of love. You work as a natural expression of your creative energy, just as a bird sings, just as a flower releases fragrance, just as a cloud floats across the blue sky. You become like a tree rooted deep in the fertile soil of the present moment. You prepare your ground, you hone your skills, you keep your mind clear, alert, and transparent. You do what needs to be done each day with total presence, love, and mastery, but without any frantic clinging to the future outcome. You leave the outcome to the infinite wisdom of the whole. You sit quietly, doing your part with total joy, and when the spring comes, your life flowers naturally. Opportunities arise unexpectedly. Abundance flows in from directions you could never have planned with your small mind. And prosperity arrives not as a stressful victory achieved through war, but as a graceful, natural harvest of your alignment with existence. Look at how much energy you waste every day simply because your mind is caught in a state of inner division and conflict. As we saw earlier, man is sandwiched between three main layers of consciousness: the conscious mind, the unconscious mind, and the superconscious mind. And within your ordinary conscious life, you are constantly split between your head and your heart, between your intellect and your instincts, between what you feel you want to do and what society tells you that you should do. This inner friction acts like a constant leak in your energy reservoir. It is as if you are trying to drive a car with one foot pressed firmly on the accelerator and the other foot slammed down on the brake. The engine roars, smoke pours out, fuel is consumed at an alarming rate, the tires burn, and yet the car barely moves forward an inch. This is the exact condition of most human beings. You are burning through immense amounts of life energy every single day through worry, self-doubt, inner conflict, and mental chattering. By the end of the day, you feel completely drained, exhausted, and depleted. And then you wonder why you don't have the creative energy, the clarity, or the vision to build a truly magnificent, abundant life. Zen teaches you how to take your foot off the brake. When you sit in zazen, when you sit quietly doing nothing, you are not repressing your thoughts, nor are you trying to force your mind to be still. Trying to force the mind to be still is like trying to smooth turbulent water with a flat iron. You will only create more ripples and more turmoil. Zen says, simply watch, be a witness, a mirror, a serene reflector, Mo Chao. Sit quietly and let the thoughts come. If thoughts of business come, let them pass by like clouds in the sky. If thoughts of fear or anger arise, do not fight them, do not judge them, do not call them bad. If beautiful thoughts arise, do not cling to them, do not praise them, do not call them good. Remain completely neutral, unconcerned, and detached, like a person sitting by the side of a busy highway watching cars drive past. You do not run out onto the highway to stop the red cars, nor do you chase after the blue cars because you like their color. You simply sit on the grassy bank, watching the traffic pass by. The cars come, they pass, they disappear down the road. You remain untouched, centered, cool, and peaceful. If you can practice this simple witnessing for even 20 or 30 minutes a day, a miracle begins to happen. Because you are no longer feeding the traffic of your mind with your attention, interest, and emotional reactivity, the traffic naturally begins to slow down. Attention is the fuel of the mind. When you stop fueling your thoughts through judgment, fear, and desire, the thoughts lose their momentum. The gaps between thoughts, the intervals of pure space, what Zen calls Hua-tu, begin to widen. First, a small gap of 2 seconds appears where there is absolute silence, absolute clarity, absolute peace. Then a gap of 5 seconds, then 10 seconds, then a minute. In those precious gaps of pure silence, you get your first taste of your true nature, shunyata, the luminous, infinite void of consciousness. You realize that you are not the noisy, anxious traffic of thoughts passing on the screen. You are the vast, indestructible, eternal space in which the traffic appears and disappears. You are the host, not the visiting dust. When this realization settles into your being, all inner conflict dissolves. The foot comes completely off the brake pedal. Your head, your heart, and your instincts align into a single, unified, harmonious laser beam of energy. Imagine what happens when your life energy is no longer leaked away in inner conflict. You become an incredible powerhouse. Your mind becomes crystal clear, sharp as a razor, and deeply intuitive. When a problem arises in your business or your daily life, you don't need to struggle through hours of stressful, circular thinking to find a solution. You simply look at the situation with clear, unclouded vision, and the right action, the right decision arises spontaneously from your core. Your actions become precise, graceful, and remarkably effective. You do less, yet you accomplish far more. Because you are acting from a state of total alignment, every move you make carries the immense weight and momentum of existence behind it. This is the secret of the great Zen masters, the great martial artists, the great painters, and the truly visionary entrepreneurs. They do not work against life, they move with life. They do not force the stream, they ride the wave of cosmic energy. Look at how a master of Japanese archery shoots an arrow. An ordinary archer tenses his body, strains his muscles, focuses his eyes with intense, aggressive concentration on the bullseye, and forces the bowstring back with all his physical strength. His whole body is shaking with strain and anxiety about whether he will hit the target or miss. A Zen master of archery stands before the target completely relaxed. His breathing is deep, slow, and centered in his belly. His shoulders are loose, his eyes are soft and unfocused, taking in the total environment. He lifts the bow without any visible muscular strain. He pulls the bowstring back effortlessly, not through brute physical force, but by allowing his total body weight and posture to sink into the earth. He holds the drawn bow for a moment in complete silence. He is not worrying about hitting the bullseye, nor is he afraid of missing. There is no archer standing there thinking about success or failure. The archer, the bow, the arrow, the target, and the surrounding air have merged into a single, seamless unity. And then, at the perfect moment, the arrow releases itself. The master does not shoot the arrow shoots itself from his hands, and it flies straight through the air, piercing the exact center of the bullseye every single time. When asked how he achieves such flawless perfection without straining, the Zen master smiles and says, "It shoots. I am not there. It shoots. I am not there." Let this be the ultimate motto for your entire life, your work, and your financial journey. When you can say about your life, "IT works, IT creates, IT loves, IT manages, IT flows, I am not there," you have unlocked the ultimate treasure chest of existence. You have stepped out of the narrow, stressful prison of the ego doer and entered into the vast, playful, abundant ocean of divine life. Money, Abundance, peace, and joy are no longer distant goals that you must chase across the desert of time. They become the natural, effortless atmosphere in which you breathe, walk, and abide every single day of your life. Stop fighting, stop forcing, stop demanding. Sit quietly, do your work with total love and presence. Drop the heavy burden of the controller and let the spring come. The grass will grow by itself and your life will bloom into an eternal, boundless festival of divine light. To step out of the illusion of being a doer and enter this effortless spring where the grass grows by itself, you must learn the fundamental secret of the open hand. Look at your hand right now. You can make a tight fist or you can open your palm completely. In these two simple physical postures lies the entire difference between the life of an ambitious, miserable ego and the life of an enlightened, abundant Buddha. When you close your hand into a tight fist, what are you trying to do? You are trying to grab, to hold, to possess. You think that by squeezing your fingers shut, you can hold on to something valuable. But look closely at your fist. What is inside it? Nothing. At best, a tiny bit of stale trapped air that cannot circulate. A closed fist cannot capture space. A closed fist cannot hold a ray of sunlight. A closed fist cannot receive a single drop of cool water from a mountain stream. The tighter you squeeze, the more closed off you become from the vast ocean of existence surrounding you. Now, open your hand. Relax your fingers completely. Stretch your palm wide under the open sky. Suddenly, a miracle happens. In your open palm, the entire sky rests. All the air, all the light, all the wind, all the infinity of the atmosphere belongs to your open hand. You are no longer holding on to a tiny stale fragment, you are hosting the whole universe. This is the difference between the ego and egolessness, between clutching at money and living in divine abundance. The ego is a closed fist. It is terrified of losing, terrified of emptiness, terrified that if it does not hold on with a desperate grip, everything will be snatched away. But in its very clutching, the ego starves itself. It becomes a prisoner of its own grip. Look at how this grabbing mind behaves when it approaches spirituality or the search for ultimate truth. It brings the exact same habit of the closed fist into the inner world. It wants to grab hold of God. It wants to possess enlightenment. It wants to catch emptiness as if emptiness were an object to be stored in a wooden box or a bank vault. Listen to this extraordinary Zen story from Master Sekyo, which cuts directly through this foolish illusion of the grabbing mind. One day, Master Sekyo looked at one of his monks and asked a very direct question. Can you get hold of emptiness? Look at the question. The master was setting a profound, tricky trap for the monk. He was testing his understanding. Can you get hold of emptiness? The monk, who was still living in his calculating, egoistic mind, did not pause to see the absurdity of the question. He did not realize that emptiness is not a thing, not an object, not something that can be grabbed, caught, or possessed. The ego inside the monk immediately saw the question as a challenge. The ego loves challenges. Whenever a challenge is presented, the ego says, I will try, I can do it. So the monk replied eagerly, I'll try. And to demonstrate his spiritual effort, he reached out into the air with both hands and cupped his palms together as if he were catching a ball or holding water in his hands. Master Sekyo looked at the monk's cupped hands, shook his head with deep disappointment, and said, That's not very good. You haven't got anything there. The monk was completely confused. He thought, well, if cupping my hands in the air isn't the right technique, there must be a better technique. There must be a special exercise, a secret posture, a higher method that I haven't learnt yet. So he bowed respectfully to the master and said, Well, master, please show me a better way. The monk was expecting an intellectual explanation, a secret mantra, or a refined gesture. He was standing there with his head full of concepts, waiting for a verbal answer. Instead of answering in words, Master Sekyo suddenly reached out, seized the monk's nose between his fingers, and gave it a great, fierce, violent yank. Ouch! Yelled the monk, jumping in sharp pain. You hurt me. Master Sekyo smiled radiantly and said, That's the way to get hold of emptiness. Examine every single detail of this encounter, because it contains the entire alchemy of Zen meditation and the total dissolution of the grabbing ego. First, look at the monk's initial response. I'll try. This I'll try is the voice of the manipulator, the controller, the achiever, the ego. Whenever you say, I will try to meditate, I will try to drop my ego, I will try to get hold of abundance, you have already missed the point. Who is this I that is going to try? The I is the problem. The I is the closed fist. How can the closed fist try to become open while remaining closed. How can the ego try to grasp egolessness? And then look at what the monk did. He cupped his hands in the air. He treated emptiness as if it were a physical substance, a commodity, a quantity that could be enclosed between two hands. He was trying to catch the vast, infinite sky inside a small, formless vessel made of his own hands. This is what people do when they try to accumulate wealth or spiritual merit. They cup their hands around a tiny piece of reality and say, "Look, I have captured it. This is mine." But the moment you cup your hands, you cut off the flow. You hold stale air, nothing more. Sekyo told him flatly, "That's not very good. You haven't got anything there." And when the monk asked for a better way, Sekyo did not indulge his mind's craving for more techniques. He knew that if he gave the monk a new technique, the monk would simply cup his hands in a different pattern. He would refine his grabbing. So Sekyo bypassed the monk's thinking mind entirely. He grabbed his nose and yanked it hard. Why the nose? Because the nose is the most prominent, sensitive, and direct part of your face. You cannot ignore someone yanking your nose. When your nose is grabbed and yanked violently, all your philosophy, all your theology, all your clever thoughts, and all your theories about emptiness instantly evaporate into thin air. In that split second of pain, where did the monk's mind go? Did he think about Buddha? Did he think about scripture? Did he think about his bank account? No. All thinking stopped dead in its tracks. The sound barrier of the mind was shattered, and out of his very core, out of his immediate, spontaneous, undivided reality, came that raw, authentic cry, "Ouch!" In that ouch, for a split second, there was no doer, no philosopher, no monk cupping his hands, no ego calculating the future. There was only pure, unmanipulated, total presence. The ouch came from the very depth of his being, from the raw reality of the present moment. That ouch was an expression of total, spontaneous life. It was not rehearsed. It was not learned from a book. It was not planned according to 3,000 rules of etiquette. It was an explosion of immediate truth. And Sekyo said, that's the way to get hold of emptiness. He was saying, emptiness is not an object that you hold in your hands. Emptiness is this state of total, uncalculated, unmanipulated, spontaneous presence where the thinking mind, the doer, the grabbing ego is completely absent. When your mind stops its chattering, when your hands stop their grabbing, when your ego stops its trying, you are standing in the middle of emptiness. As we sink deeper into this mystery of total presence and the art of letting go, let us take a gentle, conscious breath together. If these words are lighting a lamp of clarity in your soul, take a moment to subscribe to this channel and tap the like button so that this message of freedom can spread like wildfire to other seeking hearts. Share your thoughts in the comments. Tell me, where in your life are you still cupping your hands? And where are you ready to allow that spontaneous ouch of real awakening? If you feel a deep gratitude for these daily discourses and want to ensure their continuation, you are invited to click the YouTube join button to become an honored member of our community. Send a super thanks as a gesture of love, or explore our collection of spiritual ebooks linked in the description below. Every act of sharing and support is a wave of grace flowing back into the ocean of existence. Look at how you live your daily life. Are you living from the spontaneous depth of the ouch? Or are you living from the calculated cupping of your hands? Almost 99% of your actions are calculated, rehearsed, manipulated. You smile when you don't feel like smiling. You say I love you when your heart is completely cold. You nod your head in agreement when inside you are boiling with resentment. You live a plastic false life, constantly trying to project an image that will gain approval, status, and respectability. And why do you do this? Because you are terrified of being empty. You are terrified of being a nobody. Society has conditioned you to believe that if you are a nobody, if you don't have a big title, a huge bank balance, or a grand reputation, you are a failure. So you spend your entire life trying to become a somebody. You grab titles, you collect possessions, you hoard money, you build walls of prestige around yourself. But Zen reveals the ultimate secret. To be a somebody is the greatest misery in the world. To be a somebody means to be a prisoner of your own definition. It means you have to constantly defend your image, constantly pretend, constantly guard your sandcastle against the tide of time. To be a nobody, to be empty, to be shunyata, to be kokoro is the ultimate freedom and the ultimate bliss. When you are a nobody, you have no image to defend, no reputation to lose, no ego to get hurt, no status to maintain. You are as free as the wind blowing through the mountain pines, as pure as the morning dew resting on a blade of grass, as vast as the open sky. In Japanese, they use the word kokoro to describe this pristine state of inner emptiness. Kokoro means the original void, the unclouded sky of consciousness, the deep, silent space within you that was never born and will never die. In this kokoro, there are no boundaries. There is no I standing on one side and the world standing on the other. Everything is one organic, interlinked, dancing whole Jiji Muge Hokkai, the universal net of Indra, where every crystal bead reflects every other bead endlessly. When you realize your true nature as this kokoro, this luminous void, money and material wealth take on their proper harmonious place in your life. You no longer chase money to feed an insecure ego because the ego is gone. You no longer hoard money out of fear of the future because you know that existence is your eternal home and that the future is just a projection of the mind. You no longer use money to exert power over others because you see that the other is not separate from you. Instead, money becomes a beautiful, creative energy that flows through your open hands. You become a trustee of existence. When money comes into your hands, you use it to create beauty, to nourish life, to support art, to share love, to build sanctuaries of peace and meditation. And when money leaves your hands, it passes on to enrich others, like a river flowing through different towns, refreshing every shore it touches. You do not grip the river. You do not try to dam the current in your living room out of fear that you will be thirsty tomorrow. You trust that the river will keep flowing because the source of the river is infinite. This open-handed trust is the mark of a truly wealthy human being. A miser may have billions of dollars in an iron vault, but because his mind is closed in a tight fist of fear, he lives in absolute inner poverty. He cannot sleep at night. He cannot trust his friends. He cannot enjoy his food. He cannot open his heart to love. He is a beggar sitting on a chest of gold. A man of Zen may have only a single robe and a wooden bowl, yet because his palm is wide open to the universe, he possesses the entire cosmos. The stars are his jewels, the moon is his night lamp, the wind is his music, the earth is his bed, and the whole existence is his kingdom. And the irony of ironies is this: when you become an open hand, when you drop the neurotic habit of grabbing and hoarding, outer wealth also finds its way to you with astonishing ease. Why? Because people trust an open hand. Existence loves an open vessel. When a businessman operates with an open hand, with total honesty, absolute transparency, spontaneous warmth, and no desire to exploit others, everyone wants to do business with him. His clients trust him. His partners love him. His workers dedicate themselves to his vision with joy. Success follows him naturally, not because he is a ruthless predator, but because he is a fountain of integrity and alignment. When an artist paints with an open hand without calculating market trends or trying to flatter critics, his art carries a divine, captivating fragrance that moves the souls of millions. When a human being lives with an open hand, life showers its treasures upon him from every direction. Stop cupping your hands in the air. Stop trying to catch emptiness, happiness, or wealth with the conceptual fingers of your mind. Allow Sekyo to yank your nose. Allow the direct shock of the present moment to shatter your mental chattering. Step out of your theories, step out of your calculations, step out of your defensive armor. Be simple, be innocent, be spontaneous, be authentic. Let your yes be a real yes and your no be a real no. When you laugh, let your whole body laugh. When you cry, let your tears cleanse your soul without guilt or shame. When you work, merge completely into the work. When you rest, dissolve into the rest. Unclench your fist. Open your hands wide to this gorgeous, sunlit, mysterious universe. Feel the breeze passing through your fingers. Feel the sky resting on your palm. Feel the pulse of eternity beating in your heart. In this open hand, there is no fear, no lack, no poverty, and no death. There is only the infinite, radiant, delicious taste of original emptiness, the delicacy of delicacies, the ultimate wealth of the soul. Look at the paradox of human seeking. The more you chase after truth, the more you miss it. When you seek to know it, you cannot see it. You cannot take hold of it, yet you cannot lose it. In not being able to get it, you get it. When you are silent, it speaks. When you speak, it is silent. The great gate is wide open to bestow alms, and no crowd is blocking the way. Everything that you have ever longed for is already available to you, right here, right now, in this very spot. But because you are busy looking far away, because you are busy calculating for tomorrow, because you are busy running after distant horizons, you pass right by the treasure without ever noticing it. It is like a man searching for fire with a lighted lantern in his hand. Had he known what fire was, he could have cooked his rice much sooner. You are carrying the fire of existence in your own hands, yet you wander through the dark streets of the world begging for a tiny spark of light. Drop the lantern of your searching mind. Drop the theories. Drop the concepts. Drop the endless questions. When Rabia, the great Sufi mystic, saw her friend Hassan praying 5 times a day, beating his chest and shouting, "Lord, I am knocking at your door. Open the door to me." She laughed and said, "Hassan, how long will you go on knocking? The door has always been open. You are the one who is keeping your eyes closed. Open your eyes. The door is open. Existence is not hiding from you. God is not playing hide and seek. God is this very moment, this very air, this very silence, this very presence. When you sit quietly without any desire, without any goal, without any future in your mind, the door reveals itself. You do not need to take a single step forward. You do not need to climb any mountain peaks. You simply sit silent, serene, reflecting the universe like a still, unruffled lake. This still lake of consciousness, Mo Chao, reflects the full moon of reality in all its glory. Not a single ripple distorts the image. The moon in the lake becomes even more beautiful than the moon in the sky, because the serenity, the peace, and the purity of the lake are added to it. When existence reflects in your unruffled consciousness, life becomes a continuous miracle, an endless song, an eternal carnival. You realize that you have never been poor, you have never been lacking, you have never been separate from the source of all life. You are the host. Thoughts are just visiting guests that come and go. Let the guests come. Let them take their meal. Let them pack their bags and leave. Do not get attached to the guests. Do not run after them to see them off at the door. Remain settled in your hostness, calm, unbothered, timeless, and eternal. When you abide as the host, you are a Buddha. When you run after the guests, you are a beggar. The choice is entirely yours in every single moment of your life. You can choose to be a nervous, greedy beggar cupping his hands in the air, or you can choose to be a quiet, serene host with open palms, welcoming the entire universe into your heart. When you choose the open palm, when you choose egolessness, when you choose total presence, you unlock the ultimate secrets of Zen. You enter into the kingdom of heaven that has been waiting for you since the beginning of time. Walk through the world like an emperor who owns nothing and possesses everything. Touch life lightly. Let it flow through you like a sweet melody. Share your love and abundance with everyone you meet and leave no footprints behind. This is the path of Zen, the path of paradox, the path of ultimate freedom and joy. Live it, celebrate it, be it. And this brings us to the deepest, most subtle mystery of human existence, the paradox of attraction. Have you ever observed the strange law that operates throughout the universe? The harder you chase something, the faster it runs away from you. The more desperately you pursue love, the more elusive love becomes. The more frantically you try to grab money, the more money slips through your fingers. The more violently you try to fall asleep at night, the more awake you stay. The more desperately you try to remember a forgotten name, the deeper it hides in the recesses of your memory. Why does this happen? Why does existence function through this reverse law? Because the very act of chasing, the very act of seeking, is rooted in a fundamental mistake. The moment you seek something, you are silently affirming to your unconscious mind, I do not have it. It is over there in the distant future, and I am here in poverty, lacking it. You create a great chasm of time and space between yourself and the object of your desire. And because existence responds not to your spoken words or your wishful dreams, but to your innermost state of being, it goes on magnifying the very distance you have created. The universe says, as you wish, you believe you are lacking, you believe you are far away from your fulfillment, so be it. Your seeking becomes the very barrier that prevents you from finding. Listen to these immortal, paradoxical words from an ancient Zen text, which reveal the fundamental nature of reality. Like the empty sky, it has no boundaries, yet it is right in this place, ever profound and clear. When you seek to know it, you cannot see it, you cannot take hold of it, but you cannot lose it. In not being able to get it, you get it. When you are silent, it speaks. When you speak, it is silent. The great gate is wide open to bestow alms, and no crowd is blocking the way. Read these lines with your heart, not just with your intellect. Let their paradoxical beauty penetrate your very soul. When you seek to know it, you cannot see it. Why? Because when you seek, your mind becomes narrow, focused, tense, and goal-oriented. You develop a kind of psychological tunnel vision. You are looking for a specific, imagined outcome in the future. And because your eyes are fixed on that distant horizon, you pass right by the reality that is standing directly in front of you. If you walk through a lush green forest with a torchlight focused intensely on searching for a small lost dime on the path, what will you see? You will see only the tiny circle of light on the dirt. You will miss the majestic trees towering above you. You will miss the vibrant wild flowers blooming on either side. You will miss the gentle breeze. You will miss the song of the birds. You will miss the vast, starlit sky overhead. You are so concentrated on finding a tiny dime that you miss the whole forest. This is what human beings are doing with money and happiness. You are so intensely focused on searching for a small coin in the future that you are completely blind to the infinite forest of abundance surrounding you right now. You cannot see it because your very seeking creates blinders on your eyes. You cannot take hold of it, but you cannot lose it. Look at this breathtaking truth. You cannot possess abundance. You cannot lock money in an eternal vault. You cannot grab hold of life as a permanent possession. But at the same time, you cannot lose it. Because that which is real, your consciousness, your being, your connection to the cosmos is your very nature. How can you lose your own nature? How can the ocean lose its saltiness? How can the sun lose its light? How can the sky lose its space? You have never lost abundance for a single moment in your entire life. You have only fallen asleep to it. You have only closed your eyes and dreamed that you are a beggar. In not being able to get it, you get it. The moment you realize that you cannot grab it, the moment you recognize the sheer futility of chasing, the moment you drop your hands and stop trying to get it suddenly, it is there. It has always been there. In the absolute cessation of seeking, the seeker disappears. And when the seeker is no more, that which was sought stands revealed in all its luminous, unbounded splendor. Listen to the story of Rabia Ladavia, one of the most remarkable, fierce, and enlightened women mystics in history. Rabia lived in a tiny, humble hut. One afternoon, a famous Sufi scholar and saint named Hassan of Basra came to visit her. Hassan was a devout, serious religious man. He prayed 5 times a day. He fasted, he recited scriptures, and he was constantly pleading with God to grant him salvation and open the gates of paradise. As Hassan sat outside Rabia's hut waiting for her, he fell onto his knees, raised his hands toward the sky, tears streaming down his face, and prayed fervently, "O Lord, I have been knocking at your door for so many years. I have been beating my head against your gates day and night. Why do you not open the door to me? When will you open the door, O Lord? When will you open the door, O Lord? When will you open the door, O Lord?" Rabia happened to walk out of her hut at that exact moment, carrying a broom. She heard Hassan's desperate crying and pleading. She walked right up to him, tapped him on the head with her broom, and laughed a loud, ringing belly laugh. Hassan was shocked. He opened his eyes, wiped his tears, and looked at Rabia with annoyance. "Rabia, why are you laughing at my sacred prayer?" "I am weeping in deep agony for the Lord, asking Him to open His door to me." Rabia looked into his eyes and said, "Hassan, you fool! How long will you go on weeping and shouting that the door should be opened? The door has never been closed. The door is wide open right now, and it has been wide open since the beginning of time. Why are you beating your head against an open doorway with your eyes closed? Hassan stood there speechless, as if struck by lightning. Rabia was speaking pure Zen. She was revealing the absolute truth of existence, the door to God, the door to peace, the door to ultimate wealth and abundance has never been locked. Existence does not have doors or walls. Walls and doors are created by your own analytical, seeking mind. When you stand in front of an open doorway with your eyes closed, crying and banging your fists against the empty air, you are acting like a lunatic. The only thing preventing you from walking through is that you refuse to open your eyes. You are so occupied with the drama of knocking, so attached to your identity as a struggling seeker, so in love with your tragic story of seeking, that you refuse to look up and see that there is no wall standing there at all. Stop knocking at an open door. Stop begging the universe to give you abundance. Stop treating existence as if it were a miserly, cold-hearted master who holds back wealth until you suffer enough, pray enough, or work yourself to the bone. Existence is overflowing with boundless generosity right now. If you are feeling a sudden, deep awakening in your heart as these words unfold, I invite you to take a gentle pause in your breathing. Join our conscious family by subscribing to this channel. Tap the like button so that this light can illuminate the paths of other seeking souls. And drop a comment below telling me what open doors in your life have you been knocking on with closed eyes. If you feel moved to support the continuation of these daily discourses and help us share this wisdom with the entire world, click the YouTube join button to become a channel member. Offer a super thanks as an expression of love, or explore our collection of spiritual ebooks linked in the description below. Every act of sharing and support helps keep this sanctuary of truth vibrant and accessible to all. Look at another astounding story from the Zen tradition that illustrates this exact same paradox. Master Sogaku Harada was one of the greatest Zen masters of modern Japan. He lived a long, magnificent life, awakening thousands of disciples, teaching meditation, and embodying the living truth of Zen. When he was 91 years old, he knew that his time to leave his physical body had arrived. On the day of his death, his disciples gathered around his bed, weeping softly, waiting to receive his final legacy, his last words of wisdom. Hanging on the wall beside his deathbed was a piece of calligraphy that Harada had written with his own hand just a few hours before. The disciples looked at the calligraphy. It consisted of a short poem. It said, "For 40 years I have been selling water by the bank of a river. Ho, ho, my labors have been wholly without merit. Meditate on this. This can only be said by a true master of Zen." First, he says, "For 40 years I have been selling water by the bank of a river." What does he mean? He's saying, all my teaching, all my discourses, all my meditation instructions, all my efforts to enlighten you were completely absurd. Why? Because you are already standing right on the bank of a vast, sweet, flowing river of divine consciousness. The river of abundance, the river of life, the river of Buddhahood is flowing right at your feet. You are literally submerged in the water of God. Yet, because you are blind, because you are asleep, because you think you are dying of thirst, you come to me and ask, "Master, please give me a cup of water. I will pay any price for a drop of water." So for 40 years, out of pure compassion for your foolishness, I set up a small shop right on the river bank and began selling you buckets of water drawn directly from the river you are standing in. I charge you for it. I made you sit in zazen for it. I made you meditate for it, just to satisfy your mind's neurotic belief that water must be earned through difficulty. And then Harada laughs, a grand cosmic laugh. Ho, ho! And he adds, "My labors have been wholly without merit." Why without merit? Because in traditional religions, if a priest or a guru helps you, he claims great spiritual merit. He says, "I saved your soul. I gave you salvation." But a Zen master knows that nobody can give you anything that you do not already possess. If a master awakens you, he has not added a single inch to your being. He has simply helped you see what was already there. He sold you water by the river. How can he claim any merit for selling you water from the very river you were standing in? The whole affair is a hilarious cosmic joke. This is the ultimate insight regarding wealth and money as well. You are seeking wealth as if it were a rare, distant commodity that you must travel miles to purchase. But you are already standing in the river of absolute abundance. Every breath you take is a gift of priceless value. Every sight your eyes behold, every sound your ears hear, every heartbeat in your chest is a vast fortune granted to you by existence without asking for a single cent in return. If you were offered $10 million in exchange for your eyesight today, would you accept the deal? If you were offered $1 billion in exchange for your life tomorrow, would you take it? No. That means that right now, sitting right where you are carrying a wealth within your very physical and spiritual presence that is worth more than all the gold, all the diamonds, and all the bank accounts on the entire planet Earth. You are already a trillionaire of consciousness. But because you don't look within, because you don't appreciate the priceless treasure of your own being, you run around the streets like a pathetic beggar, crying, "Please give me a small coin of status. Please give me a small cup of validation. Please give me a little bit of money so I can feel important." You are selling your infinite diamond kingdom to buy a cheap plastic toy. When this realization hits you like a bolt of lightning, your relationship with money completely transforms. The fever of chasing vanishes. You no longer approach business or work from a state of desperation, anxiety, or lack. You approach work as a play, as a joyful expression of the immense, rich life energy overflowing within you. And here is the ultimate secret of the paradox of attraction. Money loves a person who does not need it to feel complete. Have you not observed this in the worldly sphere as well? Banks are always eager to lend millions of dollars to a person who is already wealthy and doesn't desperately need the loan. But if a poor, desperate man who desperately needs a few dollars goes to the bank closes its doors in his face. Why? Because the bank responds to the frequency of security and abundance, not to the frequency of need and desperation. The universe operates under the exact same law, but on a far higher spiritual level. When you approach life as a needy, desperate, anxious beggar, holding out your empty bowl and pleading for money, the universe senses your vibration of lack. It senses your inner poverty and it closes its doors. It reflects your lack back to you. But when you sit comfortably by the river of life, completely content in your own being, rich in your awareness, overflowing with love, peace, and creative joy, saying, "I am already complete. I need nothing from the outside to make me whole." The universe is mesmerized by your presence. It sees that you are no longer a beggar. It sees that you are an open, radiant, majestic channel of divine life. And suddenly the floodgates of abundance burst open. Money, resources, opportunities, creative ideas, loving friends, and unexpected blessings begin to shower upon you from every corner of the earth. Not because you ran after them, but because you stood still in your own majesty and allowed the river to flow to you. Remember the famous law of reverse effort. The English writer Aldous Huxley called it the law of reverse effort. If you try hard to remember a name that has slipped your mind, what happens? The harder you strain your brain, the further the name recedes into the dark corners of your memory. You try for 10 minutes, sweat pouring down your face, getting frustrated, and still the name will not come. Finally, you give up. You say, "Forget it. It doesn't matter." You put the problem aside, walk out into the garden, take a deep breath of fresh air, and begin watering the flowers. And the very moment you drop the effort, the very moment your mind relaxes, plop, the name pops up into your consciousness effortlessly, as clear as day. Where was the name hiding while you were straining? Your very strain, your very tension, your very effort was blocking the channel through which the name could emerge from your unconscious brain. The moment you relaxed, the channel opened and the memory flowed up naturally. Wealth works in the exact same way. You're frantic, tense, anxious, striving for money is the very block that prevents wealth from flowing into your life. You are squeezing the pipe shut with your own stressed hands and then complaining that no water is coming out of the faucet. Unclench your hands. Take your foot off the brake. Drop the strain. Drop the frantic hurry. Drop the illusion that you must fight the entire world to survive. Sit silently by the river of life. Recognize that you are already home, that the door has always been open, that the river is already flowing around your feet. When you can live in this world with no private agenda, with no frantic desire to become somebody else, with no desperate need to hoard sandcastles, you become a master of the paradox of attraction. You become a magnet for all that is beautiful, sacred, rich, and joyous in existence. You do not need to seek, simply be. You do not need to knock. Simply open your eyes and see the open door. You do not need to buy water. Simply bow your head, open your mouth, and drink deeply from the infinite, sweet river of divine life that is flowing through you this very second. Live in this quiet, radiant certainty and watch how the whole universe rushes to serve you, to nourish you, and to celebrate its own eternal abundance through your open, peaceful heart. This fear of loss that constantly haunts your mind is nothing but your attachment to time, your attachment to the horizontal line of past and future. Have you ever looked at how your mind constructs fear? Fear cannot exist in the present moment. Look at this very second. As you sit here listening to these words, where is fear? Fear is never in the now. Fear is always about what might happen next tomorrow, next month, next year, or at the time of your death. You are afraid of losing your money, you are afraid of losing your health, you are afraid of losing your status, you are afraid of losing your loved ones, and ultimately, you are afraid of losing yourself in death. And because of this perpetual fear of loss, your life energy becomes frozen. You cannot live, you cannot love, you cannot create, and you cannot allow the natural flow of abundance to enter your life. You live in what I call horizontal time. Horizontal time is the movement of the mind from yesterday to today and from today to tomorrow. It is a continuous line of memory and anticipation of past regrets and future anxieties. In horizontal time, you are always running. You are running away from your past and you are running toward your future. And because you are always running along this horizontal line, you miss the vertical dimension of existence entirely. What is the vertical dimension? The vertical dimension is not a movement from now to the next moment. It is a movement into the depth of this moment. It is dropping out of time altogether and descending directly into the timeless depth of the present. When you step off the horizontal line of time and enter the vertical dimension of the now, fear vanishes in an instant. How can fear exist when there is no future to project it into? How can loss exist when you realize that this present moment is all that ever was, all that is, and all that ever will be? Listen to this magnificent dream described by the famous English writer J.B. Priestley. It is one of the most profound spiritual visions recorded in modern literature, and it reveals the total illusion of human tragedy, loss, and death. Priestley writes, I dreamt I was standing at the top of a very high tower, alone, looking down upon myriads of birds, all flying in one direction. Every kind of bird was there, all the birds in the world. It was a noble sight, this vast aerial river of birds. But now, in some mysterious fashion, the gear was changed and time speeded up so that I saw generations of birds, watched them break their shells, flutter into life, weaken, falter, and die. Wings grew only to crumble. Bodies were sleek and then, in a flash, bled and shriveled, and death struck everywhere and at every second. What was the use of all this blind struggle towards life, this eager trying of wings? All this gigantic, meaningless biological effort. As I stared down, seeming to see every creature's ignoble little history almost at a glance, I felt sick at heart. It would be better if not one of them, not one of us at all, had been born, if the struggle ceased forever. Look at Priestley's experience. This is the exact condition of the human mind when it looks at life horizontally. When you look at the continuous parade of forms, people being born, struggling, earning money, building houses, getting old, getting sick, and dying life looks like a meaningless, tragic nightmare. You build a fortune and it crumbles. You love a body and it gets old and decays. You build a house and time destroys it. If you look only at the level of forms, everything is slipping away, everything is being lost every second. And then Priestley's dream takes a miraculous turn. I stood on my tower, still alone, desperately unhappy. But now the gear was changed again, and time went faster still, and it was rushing by at such a rate that the birds could not show any movement, but were like an enormous plain sown with feathers. But along this plain, flickering through bodies themselves, there now passed a sort of white flame, trembling, dancing, then hurrying on. And as soon as I saw it, I knew this flame was life itself, the very quintessence of being. And then it came to me in a rocket burst of ecstasy that nothing mattered, nothing could ever matter, because nothing else was real but this quivering, hurrying lambency of being. Birds, men, or creatures not yet shaped and colored, all were of no account except so far as this flame of life traveled through them. It left nothing to mourn over behind it. What I had thought of as tragedy was mere emptiness of a shadow show, for now all real feeling was caught and purified and danced on ecstatically with the white flame of life. I had never felt before such deep happiness as I knew at the end of my dream. Meditate on this white flame of life. This is one of the most stunning insights ever expressed. What Priestley saw in his vision is the exact reality of existence. The individual forms, the birds, the human bodies, the bank accounts, the houses, the empires, the currencies are merely empty, temporary shadows through which the eternal white flame of life travels. The forms break, the shells crumble, the bodies shrivel, the money changes hands, but the white flame itself is never born, never dies, never falters, and can never be destroyed or lost for a single second. When you get attached to the forms, when you get attached to the outer shells, you live in continuous grief, terror, and fear of loss. You weep over the broken shell, you mourn over the crumbling form, you panic over the fluctuating currency. But when your vision clears, when you step into the vertical dimension, you stop looking at the empty shadows and you see the white flame dancing through everything. You see the white flame dancing in the eyes of a child. You see it throbbing in the leaves of a tree. You see it flowing through the river. You see it animating your own body. And you even see it shining in the energy of money as it circulates through the world. When you realize that you are that white flame, all fear of loss vanishes forever. What can you lose when you are the very quintessence of being? What can be stolen from you when the entire cosmos is your own body? What death can touch you when you are the eternal life that moves through all forms? In this realization, tragedy turns into a shadow show. Anxiety dissolves into a rocket burst of ecstasy, and your whole life becomes an unshakable dancing celebration. If this vision of the white flame of life is illuminating your inner world today, take a quiet, conscious moment to anchor this realization. Subscribe to our channel, hit the like button so this light can reach other weary travelers searching in the dark, and leave a comment below sharing how it feels to look beyond the forms into the eternal flame of your own being. If you feel called to support our sacred work and help us continue bringing these profound discourses to humanity, click the YouTube join button to become a channel member, offer a super thanks, or explore our collection of spiritual ebooks linked in the description below. Your support is a beautiful wave of love that keeps this oasis of truth flourishing. To see how this realization breaks through in a human life, let us look at the dramatic, extraordinary story of the Zen monk Koshu. It is a story that illustrates how total surrender, dropping the future and stepping onto the vertical line, brings about instant, satori, sudden enlightenment. For 3 long years, Koshu underwent severe grueling training under the great Zen master Gizan. He worked as hard as any human being could possibly work. He meditated for hours, he fasted, he followed every rule, he strove with all his might to gain Satori. But after 3 years of intense, grueling effort, he was still completely unable to gain enlightenment. He was frustrated, exhausted, and filled with deep despair. Then the monastery announced the beginning of a special 7-day session of intensive discipline, a week of non-stop zazen. Koshu thought to himself, "This is my final chance. I will stake everything on these 7 days. Either I achieve Satori now, or my life is not worth living." Determined to succeed or die, Koshu climbed up to the top floor of the high gate tower of the temple, where the statues of the ancient Arhats, the enlightened saints, were kept. He stood before the sacred images and made a fierce, solemn vow. Either I realize my dreams up here during these 7 days, or they will find my dead body at the foot of this tower. Look at his determination. He was absolute, he was sincere, he was ready to pay with his very life. For 7 days and 7 nights, Koshu went completely without food and without sleep. He gave himself up to constant, feverish zazen, sitting like a stone statue in the high tower, driving his body and mind far beyond human limits. But as the days passed and no enlightenment came, his frustration turned into agony. He frequently broke out into bitter weeping, crying out to the empty air, "What terrible karma did I commit in my past lives, that in spite of all these extreme efforts, I cannot grasp the way." Notice those words. In spite of all these efforts, I cannot grasp the way. He did not understand that he was failing not in spite of his efforts, but because of his efforts. His very desire to grasp the way was the wall keeping the way out. His ego was standing there, trying to conquer Satori, trying to claim enlightenment as a trophy, trying to force the universe to yield to his ambition. He was making Satori an achievement in horizontal time, a future goal to be snatched through willpower. Finally, the 7th day ended. The sun went down, the week of discipline was over, and still no Satori had happened. At that moment, Koshu came to the absolute end of his rope. He was completely broken, totally exhausted, and utterly hopeless. He admitted total failure. He realized that he could not do anything more. All his effort, all his willpower, all his spiritual ambitions had collapsed into complete dust. Remembering his vow, he decided to end his life. He thought, I have failed. Satori is not for me. I am going to jump off this tower and smash my body on the stones below. He walked over to the wooden railing surrounding the high tower. He was completely finished with life, finished with seeking, finished with effort, finished with future. There was nowhere else to go, nothing left to achieve, no hope to cling to. He reached the railing and very slowly he lifted his leg over the edge. And at that exact instant, he had an awakening. Satori exploded within his being like 1,000 suns. Overjoyed, weeping tears of pure bliss, he rushed down the long stairs of the tower, ran through the pouring rain across the monastery courtyard, and burst into Master Gizan's room. Before Koshu could utter a single word, Master Gizan looked at him, laughed radiantly, and cried out, Bravo! You have finally had your day. Examine this miraculous moment with your total intelligence. What happened when Koshu slowly lifted his leg over the railing? Why did it happen in that exact instant and not during the 7 days of intense fasting and sitting? During the 7 days of intense effort, Koshu was an achiever, a doer, a striver. His mind was focused on a future goal, Satori. He was tense, hyperactive, demanding, and full of ego. He was trying to catch emptiness by cupping his hands in the air. But when he admitted total failure, the achiever died. The ego collapsed. When he decided to jump off the tower, all future desire vanished. When you are about to die in the next 3 seconds, what future is there to plan for? What bank account is there to worry about? What Satori is there to seek? The future completely vanished. The past was recognized as utterly useless and dropped away. And look at the word slowly. He lifted his leg slowly over the railing. Why slowly? Because there was no hurry left. Hurry exists only when you are trying to reach a destination in the future. When you have no destination, when you are simply stepping into death, all hurry stops. In that slow lifting of his leg, time came to an absolute standstill. The horizontal line of time snapped. No past, no future. For the very first time in his life, Koshu was forced into the vertical dimension of the present moment. His mind stopped completely. He became a pure, unmoving watcher. There was no seeker, no doer, no I. And in that sudden absence of the seeker, that which was sought stood revealed. Satori had been there all along, waiting for him to stop running. The white flame of life erupted through his whole being. He did not need to jump off the tower to die. His ego had already died the moment he lifted his leg. He was reborn in that very second as an enlightened Buddha. When he ran through the rain to Master Gizan, he did not need to say a word. Master Gizan saw the transformation immediately. When the lamp is lit inside a house, the light shines through every window and door. Gizan saw the white flame radiating from Koshu's eyes, from his posture, from his very presence. Gizan did not ask for proof. He did not give him an exam. He simply cheered, "Bravo, you finally had your day." This story holds the ultimate secret for every single one of you who is struggling in the world, worrying about money, terrified of loss, and searching for peace. You do not need to climb a tower and lift your leg over a railing to experience this awakening. The tower is symbolic. The tower represents your mental height, your pride, your effort. Lifting your leg over the railing represents the total dropping of future desire, the total acceptance of failure, the total surrender of the ego's control. Whenever you admit total failure of the ego, whenever you realize that your small, calculating mind cannot solve the ultimate mystery of life, whenever you stop trying to force outcomes and simply surrender to what is, in that very second, Satori happens. The fear of loss dies only when the owner dies. As long as you pretend to be an owner, you will live in constant terror of being robbed, of losing your money, of going broke, of dying. But when you realize that you own nothing, that you are nothing, that you are simply a guest through whom the divine universe is expressing itself, fear disappears forever. Look at how Master Roshitaji met his death. Roshitaji was a beloved Zen master in Tokyo. As he lay dying on his bed, surrounded by his senior disciples who were weeping and waiting for his final spiritual words, one disciple remembered that the master was particularly fond of a specific, rare kind of Japanese sweet cake. The disciple had spent half the day searching through all the pastry shops in Tokyo to find this special cake. He brought it to the bedside and presented it to the dying Roshi. With a faint, beautiful smile, the dying master accepted a piece of the cake and slowly began munching it. As Roshi Taji grew weaker and weaker, his breathing slowing down, his disciples leaned close, held their breath, and asked eagerly, "Master, do you have any final words for us? Please tell us the ultimate truth before you pass away." Roshi Taji slowly opened his eyes, looked at his disciples, and whispered, "Yes." The disciples leaned forward with intense expectation, ready to record his final immortal spiritual secret. Roshitaji smiled gently and said, "My, but this cake is delicious." And with those words, he closed his eyes and died. Can you understand the sheer, breathtaking beauty of this master? An ordinary religious man on his deathbed would be reciting scriptures, praying frantically to God, worrying about whether he's going to heaven or hell, or giving long, serious sermons to his followers. Roshitaji did not talk about God. He did not talk about death. He did not talk about the beyond. He spoke about the immediate, living reality of the present moment. In that exact moment, he was eating a piece of cake. The sweet, delicious taste of that cake in his mouth was God. That taste was the ultimate truth at that moment. He was so utterly present to the now that even death could not distract him. Death was coming, yes, but right now the cake was delicious. He lived the present moment totally, tasted it fully, and stepped into death as lightly and effortlessly as an autumn leaf falling from a tree. He had no fear of loss because he carried no baggage from the past and no demands for the future. He lived in Tathata, pure, total, effortless suchness. This is the secret of Zen. This is the secret of true wealth. Stop living in the horizontal nightmare of time. Stop obsessing over what you might lose tomorrow. Whatever can be lost is not worth holding on to. And whatever is truly yours, your awareness, your divine nature, the white flame of life, can never be lost. Even if the entire physical universe collapses, when you understand this, you are free. You walk through the marketplace with a light step, an open hand, and a laughing heart. Money comes, money goes. Success comes, failure comes. Life comes, death comes. You remain the silent, undisturbed, luminous witness to it all, standing firmly on the high hill of awareness, just being. As we move toward the final culmination of this discourse, if you feel a deep, quiet transformation settling into your heart, I invite you to make this conscious space your permanent spiritual home. Subscribe to this channel, hit the like button, and leave a comment sharing what old fears of loss you are choosing to drop into the fire of awareness today. If you are moved to support our mission of spreading this radical light across the world, consider clicking the official YouTube Join button to become a channel member, offering a super thanks, or exploring our curated ebooks linked in the description below. Your support nourishes this flow of truth for all of humanity. Step into the vertical dimension right now. Drop the future Let go of the past, unclench your fist, taste the deliciousness of this very breath, and dance ecstatically with the white flame of life that is celebrating through you this very second. You are already home. You have always been home. And this brings us to the ultimate synthesis, the grand culmination of the entire Zen vision of existence, living as Zorba the Buddha. Look at the history of human consciousness. Up to now, humanity has lived in a deep, tragic schizophrenia. Man has been split into two warring camps. On one side is Zorba, the Greek, the materialist, the lover of life, the eater, the drinker, the dancer, the singer, the man who enjoys the earth, who loves food, who loves music, who loves wine, who loves the physical body, but who knows nothing about the sky of consciousness, nothing about meditation, nothing about the eternal light within. He lives on the surface, enjoying the waves, but completely unaware of the oceanic depths below. On the other side stands the traditional Buddha, the ascetic, the monk, the renunciate, the man who sits in silent meditation, who knows the depths of the inner sky, who knows peace, who knows samadhi, but who has turned his back on the earth. He denies the body, he denies sex, he denies beauty, he denies music, he denies the market, he denies money, and he calls the whole world an illusion, a trap, a sin. Because of this false division, humanity has been deprived of total fulfillment. The Zorbas of the world feel a deep, haunting emptiness inside, because without meditation, without inner light, physical pleasure sooner or later turns into boredom, tiredness, and despair. And the traditional Buddhas of the world look dry, dead, pale, and bloodless, because without the warmth of the earth, without the joy of body and senses, their spirituality becomes a desert. Zen bridges this tragic gulf. Zen creates a new human being on the earth, Zorba the Buddha. Zorba the Buddha is the whole man. He is a man whose feet are grounded firmly on the earth and whose head reaches into the highest stars. He loves the earth. He enjoys the body. He celebrates food. He appreciates beauty. He uses money with grace. He dances in the rain, and yet he sits in total silence, meditating, witnessing, rooted in the eternal void of consciousness. He sees no conflict between the body and the soul, no conflict between matter and spirit, no conflict between the marketplace and the monastery. To Zorba the Buddha, the marketplace is the monastery. The body is the temple of God. Matter is energy condensed, and existence is one seamless, undivided carnival of divine celebration. Look at how you carry your titles, your positions, your social masks. You cannot even walk into a room without carrying your whole social identity on your shoulders. You walk in as a director, as a doctor, as a politician, as a wealthy man, as a professor. You are so heavily burdened by your social function that your living human presence is completely suffocated. Listen to this marvelous Zen story that exposes the utter foolishness of carrying your social masks when approaching a master or entering into the temple of life. Master Keichu was a renowned Zen teacher during the Meiji era in Japan, and he was the head abbot of Tofuku, a famous cathedral in Kyoto. One day, the governor of Kyoto came to visit the cathedral for the very first time to see Master Keichu. The governor arrived with his attendants, accompanied by pomp and ceremony. His chief attendant walked ahead, entered the master's reception room, bowed, and presented the official calling card of his master to Keichu. The card read in bold golden letters, Kitagaki, Governor of Kyoto. Master Keichu looked at the card for a single second, handed it back to the attendant with a look of supreme indifference, and said in a cold, flat voice, I have no business with such a fellow. Tell him to get out of here. The attendant was horrified. He was trembling with fear. How could anyone speak about the powerful governor of Kyoto in such a manner? But he had no choice. He carried the card back to the governor, bowing nervously, and delivered the master's rejection with profuse apologies. Now, if Kitagaki had been an ordinary, arrogant politician, he would have flown into a violent rage. He would have called his soldiers, arrested the master, or burned the temple down. But Kitagaki was a man of rare, deep intelligence. He looked at the card, and suddenly an explosion of insight happened within his mind. He saw his error immediately. He realized why the master had refused to see him. Kitagaki took out a pencil from his pocket, crossed out the words Governor of Kyoto on the card, leaving only his personal name, Kitagaki. He handed the card back to his attendant and said softly, That was my error. Go, ask your teacher again. The attendant took the scratched card back to Master Keichu. The master looked at the card. His face instantly lit up with a radiant smile, and he exclaimed, Oh, is that Kitagaki? I want to see that fellow. And he welcomed Kitagaki with open arms, embraced him, served him tea, and shared the deepest secrets of Zen with him. Meditate on this story. It is one of the most brilliant lessons in the history of human consciousness. What happened when Kitagaki scratched out the words Governor of Kyoto on that paper card? On the surface, it looked like a simple gesture with a pencil. But inside his consciousness, a total revolution occurred. In that single second, Kitagaki dropped his function, dropped his position, dropped his social power, dropped his ego, and stepped out of his political mask. He realized that governor of Kyoto was just a temporary job, a role he was playing on the social stage, an artificial label given to him by society. It was not his true being. When he approached the Zen master as the governor of Kyoto, he was approaching with his ego. He was asking the master to bow down to his political status. But a Zen master bows down only to God, only to pure consciousness. He does not care 2 cents whether you are a governor, a king, a billionaire, or a beggar. To a Zen master, all titles are paper crowns, all possessions are piles of dirt, and all social masks are cheap plastic toys. When Keichu said, I have no business with such a fellow, he was not being rude out of anger. He was acting out of pure, uncompromising compassion. He was telling Kitagaki, if you come to me as a governor, you cannot receive what I have to give. The governor is deaf, the governor is blind, the governor is a dead social machine. Leave the governor outside the temple door. Come in as a simple, innocent human being, and then we can meet soul to soul, presence to presence. And the moment Kitagaki scratched out those words, he became an open, humble, receptive human presence. He dropped his armor, he dropped his pride, he dropped his defense mechanisms. He stepped out of his functional mask and entered the room as a clean slate. This is what every single one of you must do if you want to experience true abundance, true peace, and true freedom in your life. Scratch out your titles, scratch out your social functions, scratch out your egoistic identities. When you go home to your wife, go as a human being, not as a company president. When you play with your child, play as an innocent child yourself, not as a grave, authoritative father. When you walk in nature, walk as an undivided part of existence, not as an intellectual professor or a stressed business executive. When you sit down in meditation, sit as pure, boundless space, without any label, without any past, without any future. The moment you drop your labels, the entire burden of life falls off your shoulders. You feel so light, so weightless, so buoyant that you could fly into the sky. As we near the final conclusion of our journey together, let us pause in this quiet, sacred space of realization. If your heart is dancing with this vision of total freedom, subscribe to this channel right now, press the like button, and leave a comment below sharing what masks you are ready to scratch out of your life today. If you feel called to support our mission of bringing this radical light to millions of awakening souls, click the official YouTube join button to become a channel member, offer a super thanks, or explore our transformational ebooks available in the description below. These calls are simple invitations to participate in a shared communion of awareness. Look at how a true master lives his life down to his very last breath. He lives as Zorba the Buddha every single second. Remember the story of Master Roshitaji that we touched upon earlier? Let us look at it again through the eyes of Zoba the Buddha. Roshitaji was dying in Tokyo. His senior disciples were standing around his bed in deep grief, holding their breath, waiting for his final spiritual sermon, his last testament. One disciple, knowing that the master enjoyed a rare type of sweet pastry cake, had searched through the bakery shops of Tokyo for hours to find a piece of this cake. He presented it to the dying Roshi. The Roshi accepted the cake with a faint, tender smile and began slowly, quietly chewing it. As his pulse slowed down, his disciples leaned close and whispered, "Master, please, do you have any final words for us before you depart?" Roshitaji opened his eyes, looked at his weeping disciples, smiled joyfully, and said, "My, but this cake is delicious." And with those words, he died. Look at the radical quality of this master. A traditional, dry religious ascetic on his deathbed would have refused the cake. He would have said, "Take this cake away. I am meditating on God. I am preparing for death. Do not tempt me with sensory pleasures." Such a man dies as a spiritual hypocrite, repressing his desires to the very last breath. A purely worldly man, a Zorba without Buddha, would have eaten the cake with greed, crying over the fact that he will never get to eat cake again, terrified of losing his physical life. But Roshitaji was Zorba the Buddha. He ate the cake with complete awareness, complete delight, total presence, and zero greed. In that moment, the sweet taste of the cake was the divine universe expressing itself through his tongue. He tasted it fully, praised its deliciousness, and stepped into eternity without a single moment of hesitation, fear, or regret. He made his death a celebration, a song, a poem, a joyful goodbye. This is the art of Zen. This is the art of living totally. To live totally means to live in the present moment without dividing your life into the sacred and the profane, the spiritual and the material. Everything is sacred when done with total awareness. Eating your breakfast with awareness is sacred. Earning your living with honesty and joy is sacred. Hugging your friend with love is sacred. Sitting in silent meditation is sacred. Taking a sunbath on the beach is sacred. Stop creating artificial divisions in your life. You do not need to choose between material wealth and spiritual peace. You can have both. In fact, when you live as Zorba the Buddha, material wealth becomes an outer expression of your inner spiritual richness. You use money to create beauty, comfort, and joy for yourself and others. But you never allow money to become your master. You remain the master, the host, the silent witness. You walk through life with an open hand, clutching at nothing, fearing no loss, demanding no future, and needing no titles to prove your worth. You realize that you are already standing in the river of absolute abundance. You do not need to buy water by the river. You do not need to beat your head against open doors. You do not need to build sand castles on the beach and fight over who owns the sand. You are the universe itself, playing a temporary role in human form. When this understanding sinks into your bones, your life becomes an eternal carnival, a non-stop festival of lights. You live dynamically, you love passionately, you work creatively, you laugh heartily, and when death comes, you step into it as lightly and blissfully as an autumn leaf falling into the wind. Be Zorba. Be Buddha. Be both together, undivided, whole, and free. Reclaim your original divine nature right now in this very breath. You can find our ebook, The Hidden Energy Protocol, Reclaim Your God Mode, available in the description below.